everyone, welcome. This is what my magic carpet over here looks like. Hey, 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 hey. T1GlistenerElf here. Mostly just a beard at this point, the way that I have it set up right here. Mostly just a beard. I have been saying for a bit now that I'm promising a friend of mine that I would be doing some 40k building, miniatures in general, but I just happen to have 40k. See, I've actually had these for a hot minute. Let me show you the. Let me make everyone who actually plays 40k cringe here. I keep a lot of them in a shoebox. It tells you how often I get them out. I've seen some people come over to the shop and they have these treasure chests that they'll bring them in, or suitcases or whatnot, and here I am with them in a shoebox. As long as I keep them in okay shape, hopefully, maybe. Again, that tells you how little I actually move them around, he says as he knocks stuff over. I think this one's my favorite for the wild pose. Oh, can you? Hold on. Let me make sure you can hear me. There we go. Okay. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. Alright. Let me know if I'm too quiet, folks. I used to play a race called Touhou. Well, it used to be TAU, now it's T''AU, just to make it really funky. I like this pose. Get it as far over as I can without it actually touching down more than twice. Neat. These are the Gundam pilots, I guess. Because why not have some mechs around? It is, so far, only what are called start collecting sets that I picked up. Back in the day, back in my day, let me get, not that one, not that one, not that one, this one, here we go. Yeah, ta-da! They had, back in 8th edition, they had start collecting sets, which is a pretty decent value as a set. Please don't tell me you fell off of anything. Glue inspection. Uh-oh. Yep. Oh no, they did fall off of something. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. I guess that's what happens when you keep them in a shoebox. Maybe. Hopefully, I can find them again easily enough. May take me just a moment. Ugh. So I picked up, because they're a pretty good value, and one of them I even picked up on clearance, I have 3 start collecting sets. Just a nice, easy way to get a whole bunch of points. Ideally, when you and your opponent play, you have the same number of points on either side. Each unit is worth a certain number of points. You want to add them up to either equal or give yourself a ceiling, and both players try to get as close to the ceiling as they can. This is one of the few times that I've gotten CJ fully in frame. I'm pleased. Oh, thank you. And today of all days, I decided to actually wear a normal shirt, right? Hey, you're a Tal gamer too? Started a few months back and still didn't get to paint everything. The broadside's my favorite model for sure. Well, conveniently, that's one of the ones we're going to be putting together today. How are you, Jinja? I hope that makes you happy. In fact, that might actually be the first, because I might end up with different weaponry for the different commanders that I put out, the different mechs, the different battle suits. See, you're supposed to have different weapons that show off what they're capable of doing, so that when your opponent looks on the battlefield, they can see, oh, this one has, I don't know, this one has Melta, this one is optimized for range, that sort of thing. I might actually end up making mine different, because all 6 of them are decked out the same way. Maybe. Whereas with the broadside, I mean, I guess there's a little less flexibility. Go for the rail cannon. Yep, I am I am indeed going for the rail cannon. But I suggest tilting the camera slightly upwards. Okay. It'll get a little. There may not be as much room down here. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. Let's go for that real quick. Little bit up. Just a teeny tiny. Oh no. Oh no. This is going to go swimmingly. Break everything. No! Alright. Nope, this way. Teeny tiny little bit. Hopefully. Also, I had this behind me so that hopefully it wouldn't get in the way. That is not that is not panned out so far. Now you still can't see me. Let me get real short. Short King, and I get a Burger King hat. There we go. Hat, not a crown, a hat. A Burger King hat. Yeah, let's get started. Hopefully, a friend of mine, the guy that I promised I would be doing this to whom I promised I'd be doing this, hopefully he'll have a chance to join. I don't think that he works on Sunday, but I actually wouldn't swear by it. Started a little later than I would have liked because I ended up using my flush cutters, the flush pliers, on something for Evangeline, and could not find them. I do not know where they are. I think what happened is I took them out to cut out a model for her. Not a Warhammer miniature. Don't damage your back bending for the... Yeah, maybe not. That would... after a while, that will get a bit old. Wait, it sounded... Oh no, don't worry, it's fine. You know what? I just realized we do not have chat on screen. Chat normally shows up here. Huh, okay. I'm gonna send you all to the void here for just a quick moment, okay? Ready, everyone? Okay, music's gone too. See, this is normally where we have the video game up chat box. There we are. Copy. There you are. And now send us all back. And paste. And we can move this around as we need to. Suddenly a very different kind of stream. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Wait a minute, my watermark will cover that a bit if I have it that far down. Let's say, yeah, close enough. Click. There we go. We'll live. I guess what I should move the camera off to the side a little bit, the webcam, so that part of chat won't be covering it. Ah well. Ah well. Promised I'd be doing this. No. Alright. Oh, you people. You people. Alright, make sure that's everything. Oh, and then the glue is in here. This is the emptiest of the boxes, but they'll all still have some spare parts. And hopefully that's all that those are, spare parts, but since I saw glue on them, I don't think that that's the case. Or... nailed it. Yeah, okay, spare parts. Never mind, we're good. So there's the third, there's the matching one. Alright. Let's see. Get our glue out. I think I need anything decals. We'll get enough of those in here anyway. Alright, save this for later. Later, Gator. Get out of here. What am I doing? Put all this back. Alright, here's our broadside. Alright. Oh, good times. Now, my codex is out of date, but if I need to consult it for points, I'll probably just do the rail cannon anyway. I said it if you say so. If you say so. Hope you enjoy space communists just as much as I do. That is kind of what they do. I don't like to think of them as space communists. They're more like space... They're what's the term when you have insect... Eusocial species, right? They're a eusocial species. For the most part. Like bees and ants, where they all have to follow a hive mind. It's more like that. But, you know, fair enough. Fair enough. Alright. I won't be using the decals, I think. I haven't gotten to painting any of my units. Well, no, that's not true. That's not true. I have painted one unit as... it's one of the mechs, but not one of these. As Diva from Overwatch. To give you an idea of when I got started doing this, that was right before the whole Blitzchung getting banned for the Hong Kong protest that he did on stream. That was right before that. And then I decided I did not want to have all of them referencing a Blizzard game anymore. And so there we go. And the rest was history. Alright, so let's see, back to where we were. So, everything here is numbered. You can't see it all that well, but there's a bunch of numbers on here to show me which pieces I'll need to cut out. So on my page, it'll give me, say, for example, first diagram is number 1 and number 3. I'll need to glue those together. So, look around, see if I can find, that's the later section. Ah, here we are. Number 1. Okay. So we take our tower, the only 40k faction anywhere close to being the good guys. I didn't know that going into it, but I can see that now. For me, the tower sort of they're the outsider's perspective. Because they're such newcomers to the scene, their job is to be the perspective closest to us, closest to modern humans, I guess, where we can look at all this and say how absolutely absurd it is. Whereas for them in the Imperium, having gone through this for, you know, thousands of years, it's been 10,000 years just since the Horus Heresy, this is all more or less rote. I think of them as their job being the perspective to show how batshit everything is. So you get the flush pliers, as close to that piece as you can. Oh, these are terrible. Well, hopefully I'll find the originals before too long. At least they're sharp. We'll see how long that lasts. Get as close as possible. One more. Also, mecha, 100% correct. Also, mecha, the mechas are. That's, I'll admit, a lot of the reason why I wanted to play Tau. I was told by my good friend that got me into the game that they were a ranged faction. I like that, and they have Gundams, so all the better. And then it's piece number 3 as well. All right. Yeah, I do this with reverse grip. I don't know that that's necessarily better, but it's how I prefer to do it. Alright, there we go. Ooh. Never mind about the sharpness either. Alright, moment of truth. Please, 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 please. Still be good. Otherwise, this is going to be a very short stream. Oh my god. Alright, wait, Houston, we might have a problem. My liquid cement is stuck. Nope, there we go. Okay, okay. Actually, hold on. For right now, now that I know that I can open it, make absolutely sure, before I do it, what it's supposed to look like. I am a perfectionist when it comes to this. Gameplay-wise, you have many enemies. I don't care. I just want my mechas and pew-pew. Correct. Hey, this is me not blaming you one bit, my friend. Ooh. Ah. It even has little grooves here for it to go into. I might try to sand that down later. I'll sand one side down, the side that's actually facing outwards. Ah, it's fine. It's fine. It'll be alright. As you do. As you do. Alright. Sometime this century, please. What is liquid cement? What am I doing? Don't be clogged. Sparingly apply to one surface and press parts together. Hold together 5 to 10 seconds. Allow 2 hours to dry. Right. Well, see if it'll come out. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna do a really dumb thing here. Don't do this. Don't actually do this. It's a bad idea. Alright, there it goes. Finally. Finalement. Alright. Oop, get in place. Get in there. That's what she said. Alright. It says 5 to 10 seconds. I'm going to hold it quite a bit longer than that. Alright. I imagine that I can just do the same thing for the other side really quickly. I would think so. Yeah, 2 and 4. I'll just do that as well. Do things a little bit out of order. Itty bitty bit. Alright, it's been more than 5 to 10 seconds. Alright. Let's see. I was one of those kids. I'd get the Lego kits, and it has instructions in there, and I would try to see how out of order I could do it. Generally, though, there's a reason they're in that certain order. You're not supposed to mess with that, but if you really know what you're doing, you can get away with it. Ooh, that's a bit of a tight fit. That's what he said. I'm very mature. There we go. And yeah, I'm ambidextrous, so you'll see me go back and forth between left and right hand. Because I can. Why not? Oh, uh-oh. There we go. Alright. Ay, ay, ay. What is Tau like in 10th edition, if you don't mind my asking? Because I am not at all up to date on 10th edition Jinja. I'm assuming it's pronounced Jinja. Like a very casual version of Ginger. Ninja. Alright, let's see. Don't feel comfortable doing it that way. Man, that's one heck of a fit. Okay. Sure, we'll make it work. Alright. That's probably a bit much. Okay. No, get in place. That's why I do these little test fits first. Make absolutely sure it'll go in before I apply the cement. It still doesn't feel that secure, to be honest. But there you go. I'll hold it for a sec. And the music, is the music at an okay volume? By the way? Uh-oh. Oh no. Get the feet people out here. Note to self, next time wear socks, Jay. You genius. No. What's the worst that could, yeah. I guess I didn't put enough. It still hasn't secured yet. A little too sparingly, maybe. Yeah, it's rocking. If I hurry, I might be able to. Yeah, crap. Okay, hold on. Unlike the other side, which had 2 notches for it to fall into, this has 1, and it's fairly shallow. I don't know why they aren't just designed the same way. But, okay. Alright. Oop, oop. Hold it! Alright, I may just be holding onto this one for a while. For a hot minute. Okay. Let's see. So next I'm supposed to add 7, 9, and 5. Well, once I feel I can set you to... Can I set you down? Totally be fine. Nothing bad could ever possibly come of this. Alright, so 7, 9, and 5. Where are you? It's 5. Skipping ahead when I should not be. Good. Broadsides have big toes. Okay, actually they're like dogs. They have the mostly big ones, and then you have the one that's way on up. I don't actually remember if that one in dogs is vestigial or not. I think that it is, but I wouldn't absolutely swear by it. Nice. Skipping ahead, but setting them the right ones. Where'd you go? Aha! 7 twice. Brilliant. Where's... Okay. You know what? I'm not going to question it. Yes, I am. It's me. Question everything. Ah. Question everything. Why? Alright. 9 goes here. Let me not cut my finger, please. I have a funny feeling that wouldn't go too terribly well. Alright. Alright. Whenever I clean my brush, I get kind of sad seeing all the beautiful hair spent so long growing that's gone to waste. I know that feeling. I do. Yeah, you can imagine, taking a look at this. I do indeed know that feeling. Let's put all of this together first. It does feel like a waste, even if it can't be helped. Hold on, how is this one supposed to go in? Yeah, it is like this. What? Here? You can't see it, it's covered up. I'm not going to lie, that looks really wrong. How do I say? I'm trying to see where it's supposed to go on this one. It has it going on the what would be wheel in here, on not on the axle, on the wheel itself, where I don't see a notch to put it. That doesn't look right. That is what it's showing, though. It's a kneecap, essentially, but it doesn't have anything. It doesn't have a rivet on which to be put. Hey, what's up? Vlog. Oh dear goodness, let me bring that a little closer. Actually, you know what? I can do that. Here we go. Vlogison? MTG? I've seen much of your channel in my feed since your last Infect video. God, that's been a while. Hey, I am on the side of the greater good, though. We're building a rail side, missile side, magnetizing it to be either. Rail side. Unfortunately, I'm not magnetizing it. I could, I guess, if I get one of these later, but oh, now I see how it's supposed to fit. Hold on just a moment. This is really dumb, but that does look to be, yeah, that's how it's supposed to fit. So rather than having a rivet that you put it directly on, it fits, the top of this is the top of an octagon, and it fits snugly in here. I'm glad that human kneecaps don't work this way. Except, well, kind of. Alright, this is going to go swimmingly. This is going to be terrible. I've actually not magnetized a piece before. Or a unit. I probably should, but I sort of put these together on a whim. I bought these ages ago, back in 8th edition, and I just decided to put them together after Warhammer came back into my feed, and I remembered, oh yeah, I have a bunch of models I haven't done jack with lately. The last well, since 8th edition, so 2 years? Alright. Oh god, that smells horrible. Hold still, Betty. Hold still. Alright, let's see. Just started playing 40k about 6 months ago. Bought it in the Touhou. The models are pretty cool. Let me show you. You weren't here, I think, when I showed this earlier. I have one of my commanders that I'm going way, way down like it's about to tackle you. Or like it's in, you know, like it's sliding along the ground. Have you seen those mechs that can do that? Yeah. Pacific Rim stuff. A lot of weapons are easy to magnetize, but the main weapon of the broadsides is really the hardest to magnetize. That may very well be true, and if I had the foresight to, I would have done that, just so that I could change it out without having to get another model, of course. Knowing me, the railcan's probably just going to be more my playstyle anyway. You know, I do like hitting things from 6 miles away. I like the idea that if the enemy can see me, I've done something wrong. I mean, that's Touhou for you, right? Yeah. One of these days, I will get back into playing Infect again. I didn't stop for any reason other than my my LGS that I had been going to. I'm just not particularly close to them anymore. It's Tap Start Games. Actually, that's where I got one of the Start Collecting sets. Probably that's where I got the broadside. Probably. Tap Start Games up in Westminster, South Carolina. They're really cool. Nothing against them at all. They're still, to this day, the best game store I've been to. Alright, that feels sturdy enough. It is very slightly crooked, and I'm not OCD. I'm not OCD. I'm not OCD. I'm not OCD. I'm not. Okay. It is nice to have some company when I'm working on this, though. Okay, this one makes more sense. Oh, the axle is slightly covered. Jeez. Jeez. Okay. Well, we can make it work. I'm not OCD. I swear to God, I'm not. Okay, I'll stop. Yeah. I'm excited were you when Legolas quick reflexes got spoiled for Infect. So immediately, the kind of Infect that I usually end up playing is, these days anyway, is Legacy because of playing it online on a client called Untap. And to be honest, I'm not sure that it, I'm actually still not sure it quite makes the cut in that. I have to look up the list again. There's just not a lot of room, and in my list I run Ponders. I think I can make it work. I could maybe see myself taking one Ponder out. I also play Infect in Vintage, but it doesn't run GlistenerElfs. It's not even a green deck. Unless it's the Oath Vintage Golden Gun, but that's not really Infect. That's an Oath deck that happens to have an Infect win coin. Oh, you get in place. Oh god. Oh, this is going to be horrible. I have a funny feeling. Okay. Stabilize it. So the problem is that the casing here slightly covers the axle just enough, just barely enough, that you can't put it directly on the center. So you have to hold it in place for a minute and a bit became a mitt. Yeah. It did look really cool though, I'll admit. It definitely looked cool. Alright, you know what? Here, let me just chill here for just a moment. How is your day? How do you say your name? Phlogiston? Is that how it's pronounced? Phlogiston? It sounds maybe like it might possibly barely be right. still not there yet. Alright, well, I guess I can be looking ahead. The other side will have the kneecap as well. I should probably put the foot on. No, let's actually wait to do the ankle until I decide what pose I'd like to give it. My inclination is to say to use the pose on the box, the wide stance, just because that would make sense as an actual stance, as opposed to whee! The commanders are actually going to be moving, the battlesuits are actually going to be moving around. So for them, that pose makes sense. The broadside better not be. If it is, something might have gone horribly wrong. Phlogiston. Okay, not flaw, flow. Phlogiston. Good though, productive Sunday. Spending some croûte, basing a crisis suit and breacher. Okay, heck yeah. Eventually, I will get around to actually painting these things. One of these days. I have a sneaking suspicion. For Touhou, of course, you know, like with other factions, their color signals to the opponent what faction they're part of. Well, okay, actually, I don't know how this works in 10th edition. What I'm about to say may not be true at all. You would know better than I. But it used to be, you'd have the different factions within Touhou, and what colors they had signified what they were, and that signified what traits they had. So, for example, oh, geez, I don't know my Touhou lore like I used to. The one that broke away from the rest of them and went rogue. He has his own color scheme for his faction, and when your opponent sees that, they know, oh, it's under this guy. Jeez, I can't remember his name. What color scheme are you going for? I was answering that right before I saw it. Far sight! Everything is obvious once you know the answer. I was thinking far side, and I thought, no, that's not right, because it sounds like broadside. By the way, the reason I asked about Salt and Sanctuary earlier is because it's 75% off over here. Hey, if your laptop can run it, wouldn't be a bad... If it's 75% off, it's what, $5 then? Something like 20 by default, I think? That sounds right. Actually, like I said, I'm not going to do the ankles just yet. Alright. Oh, this one is, technically speaking... Oh dear goodness. Yeah, so I said the other one, the axle was slightly covered. Yeah, this one's completely. Oh, I say completely. The bottom of this carapace comes down about 40% over it, so near the middle. There's no way that's going to go on well. Oh, this is the one that's still wiggling, though. Still, after all this time. I guess that does give me a chance to try to fix it, but you only get so many shots with this. Liquid cement will actually take up space after all. Alright, good God. Good God. Okay, last shot. Last shot at it. Come on, buddy. Get out of there. Alright, this time bring it further up. Uncover it. Yeah, okay, so this one is a mess. This poor thing. Yeah. I feel like I ruined it and I just got started. It's about 261 USD. Okay. So that's about 1 trillion over there where you are right now. No, that's your neighbor. I remember, that's your neighbor. Also, I need to make sure that the ball here is uncovered enough. Oh god, here it goes again. 50, okay, there enough. Alright, hold still. Stop sliding. Okay, so this one is just messed up. I'm gonna skip ahead. Yeah, okay. Oh, you don't need the whole... Fine. Okay, fine. Fine. Let's see. It'll be fine, Jay. You'll live. And hopefully so will this pilot. This poor pilot. Commander Farsight and the Farsight Enclaves. Oh, now the colors don't mean anything. Oh, okay, so I can just do them in whatever. That. Ooh, okay. If that's the case... Still not doing the Diva color scheme, though. Still a bit crooked. Let me think about that. Whatever I do, it's something that the units are going to have to be painted in as well. There is a side of me that wants to give them a green and brown, almost camouflage color scheme, if that's the case. And while that would be more realistic, maybe I want to go for something a little more fantastic. Maybe. Probably. Definitely. This one has it actually going under the... Wait. I put it in the wrong spot. That's why it didn't seem like it fit. Alright. On the image... Oh god, Jay. You genius. On the image, it looked as if you put it on the axle. You don't. There's a spot below it marked for it. I am so smart. Alright, buddy. I need you to fit. Okay. Alright. I'll show you what I mean in just a moment. Still not the right spot. I'm going to get my hand stuck to this. This is going well. It's my first broadside. I was probably this bad with the first commander I put together, the first battle suit I put together. Probably. Oh jeez. That's okay, here. I'll show you what I mean really quickly. So get out of the way. Buddy. Get out of here. Alright. Oh, sent red for the Enclaves because because Farsight is the man. I believe you. I think he would have been my preference back then as well. So you see on here, it looks as if it connects from the arrow. Like it connects to this rivet or not rivet, this axle up here. That's what it looks like. And then you go over here and it's not on the axle. I can't even see. Yeah. It's down, it's right here instead. So I put it in the wrong spot because I didn't look ahead. Oops. Shameless plug for my Instagram. Go for it. Under the same name, I guess. Yeah, you can. I'll tell you what, you can do that. If you put a link in chat, it'll get held for review, and then I or Evelyn can approve it. That's fine. There you go. And I believe you almost 1,000. Goodness, I believe you have. Although, isn't Zimbabwe one of the countries that no longer uses it uses the US dollar now, right? Doesn't it? Because its own currency is so wildly inflated. Yeah, for right now. We were seeing a show where the host was... People sent him money for some joke thing that he did. It was a... Oh, what is it? It was a fake church that he made up, so people sent donations, and some people would give... There's one person that gave a $1 trillion Zimbabwean dollar. I forget the actual, it's not called a dollar, I think, back then. It was whatever the currency is, a trillion. And he thought it was great until he found out that the thing was worth about $8.50. That sounds like a lot until... Yeah. No idea it's called the Zimbabwean dollar. Okay. Believe it. Alright. So this one's done, thank goodness. Now, keep these together, because I know me. I'll look ahead this time. Alright, so the kneecap's on. Goes back here. See, now this part makes more sense, where it currently is. Social distancing, weak melee units detected. Initiating Unga Bunga Chainsword mode. Initiating me playing a zoner while you play a grappler. We know how that matchup tends to go. Oh dear goodness. I try to hit you 50 times from space, but if you ever get near me, I get peeled like a banana. Yeah, Senator and I play fighting games together for now and then. One in particular. He's gonna try to hit me with that heavily Potemkin buster, where they change. One thing I like about Potemkin is that the art behind the the heavenly Potemkin buster when he rises to his peak is moddable. You can change that to be whatever, and so people have changed it to Senator Armstrong from Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. People have put on the entire Hololive, one of the generations or crew or whatever. People have done the cringy Sonic and Shadow kissing meme. People have done what else? What else? There's got to be something else. Nah, I'll win. Maybe. To be fair, I don't actually play pure zoners very much these days. I'll play mixed characters that have zoning. Like when I play Kai. Kai has a projectile, but he's a Shoto. He's sort of a balanced character. It just happens to be part of his arsenal, rather than being the whole thing. The whole entire thing. Alright. Deciding on poses. Yeah, I probably am just going to do the classic pose, actually. I know it's lame to do the standard, but probably. Here. Let's see. Before I do, though. Yeah, they are supposed to fit straight on. Wait a minute. Did I not cut something out properly? No? This insert doesn't go quite all the way into the hole. So I was trying to figure out what I was doing. You can put it on backwards and then it fits, but then it's stupid. Technical term, stupid. Alright, broadsides are harder to do custom poses with than other suits. Everything is specific to make up for the giant rifle that hangs in front of it. Yep, that is fair enough. Yeah, I see you're right. I don't know how I'm going to be able to show this to the camera, if I can, but basically it doesn't fit in like I think it's supposed to. I think? What am I doing? Okay, wait, that's the part that fits in. It has a heel. That's, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, you have actual no flexibility with this. Actual 0. Huh. Okay, never mind then. Just out of curiosity. Nope, there's no other way that it fits in. Can almost make sideways work, but no, not really. There is a very, very slight temptation to not glue in the ankles then, so that I can lift it up and leave the feet on the base, but I can't think of any reason I'd ever want to do, because there is no way to change this anyway. I can't think of a reason I'd want to do that though, so just for security's sake and transporting it, I guess I should. It's good to have someone who has put these together before to help me out in chat. I really do appreciate that. That is handy. By the way, is the music an okay volume? He says as the song ends. Come on down. Come on. Any day now. Okay, good. Hurry, 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 hurry. Harry carry. Ta-da! This one I don't have to do too much with. Music volume's good? Okay. The torso also fits with a square peg. I didn't catch that from this because it looks like a bowl from the art. Fair enough though. Okay. Oh, you mean above it? Skipping ahead. Yep, you're right. I see it. Yep, top. Top works in. The torso fits in that way. I see it now. It's a ball with his... Yep. There we go. Alright then. Oh. Kind of reminds me of, if you're familiar with Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, the main character in that game, Raiden, actually does have a... he has heels that he's wearing, like high heels. Alright. This one does go down, way on down in here. Still not much flexibility. You really do just have the one pose, it seems. Makes sense, like you said, but... That's as you can tell from the guy who tried to make it look like his mech was in the process of falling over. No, that's not the reason. It's just a nice way to express your creativity, I guess. That's all. Hey, I appreciate that. Alright. Let's see. Good. As I recall, I don't have a good mix between my... what are the sentry turrets called? Sentry... No, there has to be a better name for them than that. Actually, looking through them, it looks as if I might. I counted them up. Maybe. Alright. Yeah, maybe. Wait, hold on. Weak melee unit with sniper rifles. I sleep. Hulk Hogan covered with 15 pickup trucks worth of steel with a chain axe the size of a road roller. You know, there may very well be an army for you then. It's just not the Tau, unfortunately. With a guard. I just glued my finger together. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. No, don't worry, I didn't actually. I don't know how important it is for it to be exactly straight. Joy of not having done this yet, and not having made any models at all in a while. Alright. Get back to this. So 18 and 19. Here they are. 18. Click. Skip a bit. Uh-oh. Oh no. So these flesh cutters don't really, the flesh pliers don't really get in there. Let's try it from the other side. Hey, much better. Alright, so there's 18, right? Here's 19. Funny feeling I'll need to do this again. Just maybe. Maybe. Okay. Believe the high heel is a stabilizing piston. It's a high heel. You are right though. You are. It is a stabilizing piston. That is correct. The idea is that it'll adjust in order to match whatever the terrain is, but it looks. It's funny to call it high heel. There we go. Alright, only thing that needs to be straight is where the legs connect to the hip. Okay, good. You want the hip to be fairly straight up or slightly leaning forward, but not much. If you lean it backwards, the rail rifle won't fit and will hit the... Okay. Alright, good to know. Straight up or slightly leaning forward. Good thing you mentioned it. I'll admit that sounds a little counterintuitive from what I'm seeing here. Well, in this case though, it looks like it is straight. It's designed straight on. Alright, 20 and 21. So we've got to wear the loincloth. I have to have a loincloth on this thing. Oh, don't toss something sharp from one hand to the other like this. This is a bad idea. Something bad is bound to happen. See, the secret is I want to do stuff like that so that you all will stay tuned to watch me inevitably cut myself. No, actually, please don't. Have you played any other war games by chance? See, I've started to try to look into Infinity, one of the other war games that my LGS has. I would say it's probably the third biggest one they have. Warhammer, of course, Star Wars, and then Infinity, and then some much smaller. They have a Skyrim miniature game, interestingly enough. Alright, let's make absolutely sure we do this correctly. Alright, good. A Skyrim miniature game. Alright. This is all Touhou music, by the way. I didn't include the link to the album, did I, in the description? Ah. Oops. I will give me a moment and I will fix that. In case anyone wants to pick up this album, because it's great. It's a Touhou music, Touhou. It's a series of fan-made Japanese bullet hell games. The ones where there's like 200 bullets on the screen and you have to dodge them? Yeah. Only Warhammer for now? Fair enough. It's an expensive enough hobby, I don't blame you. I know that sometimes there are games like... there's something called one-page rules I haven't had much of a chance to look into, but I've been told that with that, you can use any units. And with a name like one-page rules, you can imagine that sounds like it'd be easy to get into. Although, my initial impression, without having played it, is it sounds like it wouldn't have a great deal of depth, I would think. On the other hand, it's easier for your opponent to know what all you can do as well, which is its own sort of depth. Like playing chess. Alright, this feels like it doesn't fit quite right. But even in the picture, it looks a little bit lower. They're not flush one with another. Okay. Alright, here goes. Fair enough. Yeah. Do it fit. There we go. Sparing. Sparing. Alright. We tempt fate by doing two at once. What's the worst that Don't never ask that. Pro tip, never ask what's the worst that can happen. Alright. It is about to have a loincloth. There we go. While it's drying, I'm trying to get a bit of an idea pose we're looking for. I'm going to come away from this with place your bets on how many things are going to be stuck to me by the end of it. Well, I think the over-under is on it being a double-digit number or not. No. No. Maybe. Having some pumpkin spice coffee because turns out I am a basic white girl? Not actually. Maybe. I love that I clarified that as if anyone didn't. Oh, there we go. There we go. Still have it there for reference. Here we go. A little layer of mist on the top when it's just opened. Okay. Oh boy. I will admit I don't feel terribly confident about doing this correctly. Let me put them all together first. Alright. Get kind of an idea for what it's supposed to end up looking like. All said and done. I need another hand, is what I'm learning here. Sadly, I don't have the Emperor to give me all sorts of weird, funky genetic stuff. Be a post-human. Can't really do them one at a time either. It looks. It's not angled the same way as the one. Ah, screw it. You know what? The cord keeps getting in the way. Unfortunately, there will be a wire. We'll ignore it best we can. Alright. That looks... something like that. I want to get it perfect before I glue it, after all. That's... You can go way off to the side like this. which would be the equivalent of firing. I mean, I can't do the legs, obviously, from this position, but firing to the side. And realistically, I would think that you would. You'd want to have your body in a line like this, rather than firing forward where it's a giant robot, but if you were a human firing a freaking rail cannon, you probably wouldn't want to fire it straight like this because the kickback will knock you over, turn sideways, and it could still happen, but it's harder to. Same reason that in martial arts you turn your body diagonally and face your opponent. That's also the reason why the back foot is angled as it is. It's for support. I can live with this. I could go way off to the side. I don't think that that looks good, though. I am overanalyzing this. Just put the dang thing together. Alright. Have it straight. Just like you said, have it straight. Well, liquid cement is forever, so better to be safe than sorry. Well, I don't know about forever, but I don't like the prospect of taking it apart. Alright. What I can try to do is apply the cement into both sides and then quickly get these into position. Try to get them into position on the base to even them out. But that's oh, this is going to work wonders. Brilliant. Brilliant. If it were you, Phlogiston, if it were you, would you wait to do the, after you put the torso, not the torso, the hips together with the legs, would you wait to glue it to the base until you're done with everything else? That's my inclination. Don't know if there's a reason to do it sooner, though, other than maybe stability, I guess. Alright. Regardless, gotta get a move on. So I go back and forth on this. Okay. That's fair enough. My inclination is to say it'll make it easier to hold when I'm trying to, because I can hold the base instead of having to hold a part of the model above. Oh, here we go. Alright. And then me being the smart guy that I am, let's do both sides together. Uh-oh. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, that's the point. Hold on. I want to do them together because I don't want to put one and only one in and then have it not where it's level to put on the base. On the other hand, I could have put one on and then even if it happened to be a bit... Oh no, it's leaning back. You said to avoid that. Alright, there we go. Yeah, if I put one on, then even if it's a mistake, the other can respond to it. But I'd rather avoid that if I can help it. If, big if. Alright, this looks as good as it's going to get, I guess. It's about how you plan to base and paint your model. I'll be honest, it would be smarter to try to paint them when they're separate. I would think if I had a plan for how to paint them, I would think, because then you wouldn't have to maneuver around with your with your camel hairbrush and whatnot to get the little details. You could do them ahead of time and put them on properly. But since I don't have a plan for how to paint them just yet, there isn't a great deal of a point to that just yet. I will, however, regret this later, I know. But you're right. You're right. When I start getting other models, it may not be Warhammer, but if I get other models, then I can start putting an absurd level of detail into that. Actually, so the game store that I'm nearest to, which is called Meeple Madness, over in Flowery Branch, they have Warhammer tables. I haven't been to a game store that's had Warhammer tables prior to Meeple Madness since pre-COVID. It's been a hot minute, so I actually have a chance to. Since then, but before coming to Meeple Madness, it was just playing over with my friend at his house. Turn it down just a bit. Okay. Mostly put them on base because I'm playing with them while they're still unpainted. When I do the hips, I at least stand on the base so I can judge how vertical it is. It is what I had been doing earlier. It's also a little awkward with the broadsides because one leg has a stabilizing piston and the other does not. Excuse me, a high heel. No. Alright. Das ist gut. Está bien. Alright. We'll say that that's okay. Should be. Maybe. Right. If I can, I think I'm going to go without gluing it to the base just yet. Because it's the broadside, because it's such a impactful unit, and it's the only one that I have, it might end up being the first model that I paint, so I think I might leave it unglued for right now. Let's see, maybe. Hey, Jinja again. Anyways, guys, gotta hit the bed now. Hey, well, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Rest up. You got, especially if you have work or school in the morning, definitely rest up. I was actually listening to a podcast today that talked about pros and cons for attaching models to the base. I love the level of detail that wargamers can get into. Unironically, I love that level of detail. Alright, first page is done. I will try to go a little bit more quickly. Look how many pages we have. Oh, now granted, that gives drones. I think I called them sentry drones, right? And these are points. But, you know, this is 8th edition, so I don't know how much of this applies. Let's see. So wait a minute, there's English, French, Spanish, German, Italian? Italian. There we go. Okay, cool. In case any of this is still correct, just in case. Yeah, 60 inches is the... No, seeker missiles go 72 inches. Hit people from space. No, we're doing rail rifle, I think. I think? Yeah, I think. Again, I don't know if any of these are... what the 10th edition adjustment would be. Wound roll... Use once per battle. This weapon only hits on a roll of 6, regardless of the fire mod. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No, rail rifle it is, I think. I think. Alright. Whale. Whale. Goodness. Alright, get missile or shield drones. Okay. Granted, I can always mix and match with the drones that I already have, so it's not the absolute be-all, end-all. I would... let's see. I would think because broadsides hit from so far away, you'd probably want to give them missile drones, right? To help support them when they're trying to hit things from space. The idea being that if they're already so close that they're hitting you back, well, on the other hand, it's such a valuable target, maybe you do want to give them shield drones anyway, because it will be the first thing that's targeted often by by anything that can get rid of it quickly. Only have those two options in 10th. Okay. I think that's how it's set up here as well. Let's see. Podcast. One thing I do when I use the model and not attach to the base is use Ticky Tack. What is... Is that the like white putty stuff? The way you can use it in friendly games, but you aren't committed to gluing it down. Okay. If that's what I'm thinking it is. Like a removable putty. If that's what it is. There's two options. Okay. Well, I have enough of both that it's probably not the biggest deal in the world which I decide to make. Maybe? Actually, do I have any... No, I don't have missile drones. I don't have any missile drones at all. I have shield drones. Those have a gun attached to them. They're from the Start Collector set, which... are... let's see... Plasma rifle. Yeah, here they are. Okay, but can you tell me a little bit more about the bodyguard, please? I would have gun drone, shield drone, marker drone. So I have marker drones, shield drones. I don't have missile. Okay, so that's what we're doing. We're making missile drones then. There we go. The Start Collector set did not have the pieces for making missile drones. So there we go. Poster tack, whatever you call it, fair enough. No worries, no worries. Alright, that should be stable enough. Again, do not throw sharp thing. Ow! Alright. Let's see. Alright, it's 10. You're on here, okay. Where's your matching piece? I see, oh, 13 and 14 get put together to make the matching piece. You know what, before I cut that out, really quickly, hold on. I did say I was going to put this in chat. I'm going to put this in chat. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Make sure I get this in. Just in case anyone really likes the music and would like to pick it up. I don't want to just put up someone's music and not show them some love, right? Not support them. Let's see. Where do I go about finding that? I'm sorry, this will take just a moment. Just a moment, folks. Let's see. There we go. And then same thing with the background. I'll give where the background came from as well, while I'm at it. Because the background is available under the Creative Commons license, which is really cool of them to do. Let's see. Let's see. Music is by... Click. There we go. And there we go. Add it in. So should be in the description now. There are many units that get missile drones, pretty much just broadsides and riptides, then we're making missile drones. And that kind of makes sense. If you're a unit that's job is to focus down something big, missile drones should help in supporting. I would think would help in supporting that mission. Hit it really heavy and really hard. dear. My friend that got me back into 40k, I say back into, so way back, I actually used to play Necrons in 5th edition, and presumably, unless they've been tossed at some point, there is an army of Necrons over with my folks, maybe with my brother, over back home. But, ooh, not yet. 13 and 14. There you are. But that was when they were old Necrons. I understand their lore has changed quite substantially. Since then. I think that now they have significantly more autonomy, right? Or that is to say, they have any at all. Back then, not so much. Okay. Alright, so that's an easy one to do. Easy peasy. Nothing to it, he says. Oh, nothing. Just have to shake it first. That's all. Shake it off. Well. Wait. Here we go. Definitely hold this one in place for a bit. I definitely feel as if I could do this quite a bit more quickly, but especially since this is my first, I hope you don't mind. I do not want to make a mistake or 12. Well, any more than I already have. You know, any major mistakes. There we go. It's not the kind of thing I would let my 9-year-old do with me right now. Not because of this, I don't think that would be a problem. I have a sneaking suspicion there's enough common sense now to not get your finger lopped off, but just making sure not to put something in the wrong spot. Alright. I'll give it a little bit longer before we move on to the next one. She's not, yeah, believe it or not, my dude. She is 9 years old. Yeah, precious as can be, though. I'm a little biased. Here, let me show you something cool. I mean, there's a picture here or there in the Discord server, but let's see. Let's see. Where's it? Here's my little goofball. There's my little goofball. My goober. Alright, how do I flip this around so it's... You know what, that's close enough. That's close enough, maybe, probably, definitely, hopefully, totally. Totally. Maybe. Alright. No, get rid of that. There we are. There she is. There she is. Yep. She's got her mom's eyes and my hair. Yeah. For some reason, I just thought up the name Fenrir the Broken. I feel like that could be a Nord in Skyrim who's maybe a little traumatized. So if we're talking about Nordic mythology, Fenrir is already taken, but you know what? Go for it. I don't know if it's one of those names that it's taken, but you can use it anyway, like how around where I live, Mary, even though that's an exalted Christian name, it's still also a very common name too. Maybe Fenrir works the same way? Maybe? Possibly? Also, I play another game called Yu-Gi-Oh! And in that game there are two prominent cards, called Fenrir. There's an old one called just Fenrir, that's good in certain water decks, and then there's a card called Kashtira Fenrir, which is somehow not banned. Now, let's do this first. It is actually banned in Japan, in the version they play over there, called the OCG. Alright, Jay, you genius. Where did you set it? It's gonna be entered. Nope. I know for a fact I cut that out. Oh, there you are. Just little things like that. Oh, goodness. I don't know, it was a name that already existed. Oh, you didn't? Okay. Yeah, Fenrir is a, it's a name in Nordic mythology. There we go. And we just do it this way. Leaves the opening in the back. Is that right? It looks as if I missed a step, but no, that's what it says. Okay. Very good. Just have some fantasy naming conventions stuck in my head. Nothing wrong with that at all. That's alright. I remember being a wee lad. Well, no, playing D&D in high school. Not a wee lad. I've always been a wee lad, though. I'm short king and all that. No. Anyway, being in high school and looking up fantasy name generators to make a character in D&D. I've done that. A time or 20. Alright. That was probably a little more than I needed to use, but just in case. Maybe. Definitely. Alright. I know what this is from. Alright, 11 and 12. This unit's quite a bit smaller than I thought it would be. It feels like it should be bigger. So this is 11. Yep, good. Just to be on the safe side. Hold still. There we go. There's 11. And I haven't actually seen 12 yet. Oh, there you are. Yeah, it's the one. Get your Touhou Empire on. Join the Touhou Divers. Unless the lore has changed surrounding the Touhou a bit, which could very well be, but unless the lore has changed, it used to be the case that the Touhou had a few hundred Terran worlds as well that they had conquered, they had ruled over, and I mean, it's not great for humans, but it worked. It wasn't absolutely miserable. It wasn't like being on an orc, what would you call their not ranches, not breeding, not feeding, the cattle worlds or something like that, where they raise humans just to eat them. It's not nearly that bad, thankfully. Yeah, Evelyn, Warhammer gets really grim and really dark. You might even call it grimdark. Okay. Oh, king in your head. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know what it's like for you over there. Over here, the average guy height, male height, is 5'9". So I'm a few inches under that. Alright. Just to make absolutely sure, let me put these both on. In case there's an nope, you can do it either way. Although, you aren't fitting in all that well. Okay, I'll have to trim that down a bit. Do that. How do you like me not streaming at dark 30 for you? Sometimes Ellen is on when it's basically morning for her, you see. The joy of being several time zones away. I think that's one of the reasons why the European audience isn't as large as it used to be, because I tend to start streaming later, at which point a lot are already asleep. It might be a little bit easier for the West Coast in the US though. A little bit maybe. I'm not going to take the time to sand that down. Hopefully that's enough. It's not a particularly good flush cutter here though. We also have you and I have the weirdest conversations too. We were having a conversation about biological determinism earlier, of all things. Let's see if that's good enough. Yep, okay, that's fine. Yep, here we go, ta-da! I'll still start off with the emblem first. The heraldry, or what counts as heraldry. Humans in the Tau Empire, Guvasa. It's almost one. We've had weirder. Yep, we have. Who knows? Who knows what random crap we end up talking about? Guvasa. Okay, I'll do my best to remember that. All right, that one's easy to hold at least. Yeah. Oh, okay. So yeah, that's. You already know, but that's what I was. That is what I was referring to. Good. We're on the same page. Could do this false axle over here, and then these knobs. That's probably a little bit excessive. We probably don't have to do that much. But I would rather be safe than sorry. It's good to know they still exist in 10th edition, I guess. If you're a human and you had to live absolutely anywhere in the 41st millennium, you could definitely do worse than being under Tau rule. You have now bought Salt and Sanctuary. Excellent. Excellent. It wouldn't be a bad idea to play that for a bit. In fact, you could even give me recommendation. You know, not recommendations like spoilers, but you could give me your thoughts on it. Because it is a game that I picked up, probably from either a Humble Bundle or a Steam sale. It would be nice to get to play that around. And it's kind of on the to-do list, but there's so many games on the to-do list. So freaking many. Alright, so then there's 22 and 23, this disc. Pretty good. 22, 23. I'm actually not sure what this piece is. I can't see it from the... Alright, there, I'll see it on the other side then, hopefully. You don't see them from the back ever on here, do you? Yeah, you do, there's one. Okay, particle accelerator. That's what this is. Okay. Well, fair enough, I guess. Gyavesa? Oh dear goodness. I'm sure I found a new way to butcher it. Gyavesa. So hopefully, that's not too terribly far off. Hopefully. And then while I'm at it, I'll cut out 82. The numbering convention on this is interesting. It's not simply ordered based on the, you'd imagine the first piece would be 1, the second piece you cut out is 2, etc. It's not ordered that way, which it works. You're on here somewhere then, aren't you? Looking for 82. I do adore this song. No? Let me look on here again then. 83, 84. The 82 is not right next to it. Ah. I could very well be blind. That would be in character. Alright, so it's a piece that has a disc on it. What looks to be a disc. Oh, 82 is this teeny tiny... Wait a minute, that can't be right. 82 is this itty bitty little piece down here. No wonder I didn't see it. I was looking at big stuff. Ha. 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 Okay. It's this tiny little connector here. Okay, so this goes way later. Save that. Hot second. Okay. Although it's in 2B, so you'd think it would go next. That's what it looks like anyway. Okay, let's get 16 and 17 out. Did we see there's 17, 16, 17. Here we go. Here we are. Gua. 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 Guavesa. Ah. Gua. Guatemala. Guantanamo. No. Guacamole. Yeah, let's do that from the other side. I'm not even sure I cut all the way through it. Hopefully, no. No. Oh goodness. Pro tip, don't cut your own finger off. I would like to still be able to do Dark Souls challenge runs. That would be nice. That is... There it is. Okay, good. Making absolutely sure that part isn't needed. And lo, it is not. Nice. Brilliant. Brilliant. The old Guinness commercials saying, brilliant! Okay, so it looks like this. Really? Yeah, okay, no, that's more, that's better. Okay, I get it now. I get it. Ah. Moment of revelation. that little bit of plastic that's still exposed is not going to get in the way. If we hope really, really hard, maybe it'll come true. No. I should have actually asked Jinja earlier how they found my stream. I have a sneaking suspicion I know how you found my stream. So I used to play... Oh, it is in the way. God bless. Alright. America. Since you used to watch my Infect videos back in the day. Okay. That should be close enough that I can set it down. Alright. Then, how does this piece fit exactly? Okay, so the side with the opening, the mouth, faces away from the knob on top. Okay, easy enough. Hopefully. Maybe. I'm still not seeing what this piece is supposed to be. Oh, goodness. Teeny tiny little amount. Itsy bitsy teeny weeny. There we go. Ta-da! Da, ta-da, da, ta-da, da, da, da. Legacy is the best format. Yep. 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 Maybe vintage? There are days when I think I would say vintage. Maybe. Although, in any format where I can play GlistenerElf, I have to contend with this stupid little 1/1 that likes killing anything with 1 toughness. Yeah. Yeah. Like a much more prevalent version of a certain 2-mana Gruul Planeswalker that also liked doing the same thing. Ah! Oh goodness. Yeah, so 82 corresponds to a teeny tiny little piece over here. However, on the actual page, 82 is this thing. I'm not sure it's coming into focus, but I think you get the idea. This is quite a bit bigger than this. So I think what's supposed to happen is that the particle accelerator fits... No, it fits on top of that piece. Actually, both of these fit on top of that piece. So... maybe it's mislabeled? Because I see a piece that looks like that. It's just that this piece is 15. I don't know how well you'll be able to see, but here we go. Yeah, this piece right here does look like that one, but the number given on it is 15. And I don't see a 15 anywhere else on here, because there isn't one. It might just be that that one's mislabeled, unfortunately. Whoever wrote this may have just gotten the numbers mixed up a bit. Oh yeah, so the instructions again. Alright. Oh, here. Let's do this. It is this piece that's labeled 82 down on the bottom, which looks like a piece 15. That's the piece that sticks up above his head on his back. Right, that's the particle accelerator on the back. Or it's almost like a backpack for it, I guess. Piece 82, however, is a knob. It's that itty bitty little center of the 3 knobs on the top. And indeed, because of what all it's around, I think it actually corresponds to the drones rather than to the broadside. Now, obviously, some of this does correspond to the broadside, like the freaking rail cannon, but I don't think that's what's going on here. I could be wrong, but I think that this one's just mislabeled. If I'm right, let me skip ahead a bit and see if I can find 15 in the section for the drones, because that might be what it is. Nope. Nope, never mind. Yeah, and 15 is not on that page otherwise, unfortunately. And the lowest number on here is 65. On the drone page, I should say. I don't know. They messed up. That could very well be. So that's why I was scouring about looking for it. The moral of this story is don't believe your lying eyes. I mean, no. Everyone can make mistakes. It's Games Workshop, so of course they... No. No. Oh dear goodness. I am mildly surprised that, and I guess it's because of the low view count, but that I'm doing a Warhammer stream, and we haven't had anyone come in to start arguing politics or whatnot yet. Hopefully that's the only reason why. Oh dear goodness. No, hopefully that's not the only reason why. Hopefully it's because people are nice and decent and would never do something like that. Never would start an argument on the internet. No, that wouldn't be. Right, I'm making absolutely sure before I put it into place that I have it. Right. One on the top, one on the bottom. Actually, let's put it on here instead. It's like that me when I spread misinformation on the internet meme. Me when I start needless arguments on the internet. Which actually reminds me to go check on something in a moment. Alright, that might be a bit too sparing. I guess if I want to be safe, I can actually start applying a little bit of liquid cement now that it's in position. Close the gap up there. That wouldn't be a bad idea. How dare they? It was you! It was you! How did you do it? Can we do politics? Usually go off the shape of the piece instead. That's a good way to do it too. I'll make a mistake if I do that for similar looking pieces, especially ones that are the same thing but mirrored. But you're right. That's not a bad way to do it either. Oh dear goodness. How do they make these? I personally am not a big fan of the way that they went about doing it, but they can. I wish that I remember seeing someone say that they basically wrote up a quick little lore blurb. Obviously it's just not even fan canon, it's just an idea that they could have done, where they said, and I'm paraphrasing here, that it used to be that they were only getting the Custodes candidates from the sons, the noble sons of Terra, but that recruitment, that they ended up having few enough that they had to dip into using the daughters of nobles as well, and that's why you're now seeing female Custodes. Fine, that could work. That would be a fine way to do it, instead of just saying they were always there. I don't know. If it were me, that seems That seems like a reasonable way to do it. Poisonally. Now what does this attach to? It just simply shows it going in underneath. Oh, it's the oh, okay. If it were me. See, I didn't know Custodes were supposedly only men, so I just don't care. Yeah, fair enough, no worries. I've heard the way they did it was kind of, yeah, it was someone on Twitter that said, regarding female Custodes, there have always been females from the first of the 10,000 or something like that, which is, that's not even a retcon, that's just kind of lazy. They were always, it was me, Dio! It's the it was me Dio of no, it's fine. It was kind of yeah. To be fair, it could very well be that there's just, you know, because there's a Warhammer show that's coming out, and that they wanted to have them for the show, and that this was the way to go about adding them into the lore beforehand, but there are better ways to do that. Oh goodness. I may not even need to hold this one. Well, the top, the particle accelerator. It juts out a little bit more than I would like, unfortunately. It seems like it would make the model more fragile, but it'll be alright. It'll be okay. Okay. So what's left on that? Make absolutely sure that's everything before we move on. And now I'll of course need to actually apply it. We'll need to glue it in. So let's make sure you are all set first. That makes so much more sense. That's a good guess. It could, I don't know, it could be. And even, I know people have said, you know, oh, it's because their insert, like, woke or whatever like that, and it's Amazon. I don't like using the term woke because it's gotten this pejorative reputation to it. I think it's much more likely that Amazon either had a contract or had contracts with some actresses that they needed to fill a number of roles for, and this is, hey, we can add you into this show, you'll give star power to it, help draw more viewers in, and we have to give you a role anyway because you're under contract. Or else we just pay you for nothing. Or, hold on just a second. That looks ugly as sin. There's these gashes on the side from where I didn't cut it properly. Or it could be a simple matter of they think that they'll get more views from doing it that way. That's if it's even Amazon's decision. If that's even the case. I don't know that that's the case. It seems reasonable, but I don't know. It might just be me. These don't feel as sharp as the previous flesh pliers that I've used before. They came straight out of my local game store. I'm being entirely too detailed with this. I apologize. We'll get back to the actual building in just a moment, but that just looks wrong to me. And if I have to put a part in there, it'll get in the way. I also didn't see a company wanting to be inclusive to drive sales as a bad thing. Not saying this will, but again, I just can't. Yeah, fair enough. The counter argument to that, is, generally speaking, all other things being equal, a company is going to want to have the biggest possible customer base, because that's the most potential customers. That makes good sense. That's more than reasonable. Every company has that incentive. The only exception that I can think of is if you are catering to a niche market that will not benefit from something being made for everyone because that audience is already very particular. So for example, I don't know where you live, but I live in the US. Most Americans are not gun owners, but so if you want to try to appeal, if you're a gun company, you want to try to appeal to everyone, and you market yourself in such a way that you do appeal to everyone, you might actually make yourself less appealing to the hardcore, the dedicated gun owners or connoisseurs or aficionados or whatnot. Or, okay, better example, spicy food. I love spicy food. I am that guy with ghost pepper sauce number 468 in my pantry. If you want to make it for everyone, that's a very, very particular market. Most people are not going to be into that. If you try to make it where it has more appeal to most people, so it's more mild, it will have less appeal to me because I very much enjoy that level of spiciness. Oh, you're also in the US. Okay, fair enough. That'll do it. That's the exception, I guess. Generally, I agree with you. As a business, that's almost always going to be the case, but sometimes you'll want to have a more particular market. Alright, I'm going to say that that's enough. Feels like it's enough. Oh, wrong way. Okay, that's good. Yeah, this is, I'll admit, a lot smaller than I thought it would be. I can turn you back. Uh-oh. Probably want to have it straight on, don't I? That's how it's done in the art. It's done straight on here. Yeah, let's just do it straight on. Just to be safe. Better safe than sorry, and all. I do love my spicy food. One of these days, I will do a challenge run of a game like Elden Ring, where I have to have something spicy while I do it, or every time I die, or something like that. I usually don't call them negative feedback challenge runs, where no, that's positive feedback, where the more that you X, the more you have to do Y. Because especially when you're talking about, oh, don't go the wrong way, something that can result in, like, every time you die you have to take a shot. Well, that makes it harder each time, and it makes it more likely you'll die, so more likely you have to take another shot, and it can quickly spiral out of control to the point where you just can't play anymore. I don't usually like doing something like that. Instead, I like doing it the other way around. Every time you win, you have to X. Because then, if you get to the point where you can't win, over time you'll start to, in the case of shots, you'll start to sober up, and that should make it easier. I mean, it'll take a while, but theoretically you could. So when I did the Dark Souls 2, every time I beat a boss, it's all achievements. Every time I beat a boss, have to take one? Yeah, that went swimmingly when I got to the Rotten. I don't know if you know much about Dark Souls 2, but there's a boss in Dark Souls 2. You have the intended way to go through the game, but there's an alternate way that they give you to get past the midpoint. I went through the alternate way, which involves killing the same boss over and over and over again. And when you get really good at killing the boss over and over and over again, that is an awful way to do a challenge run like this, because you will very quickly have too many shots or too many whatever the challenge is. I've even seen female YouTubers say they're against it. Zero Dark Souls knowledge. I very much like this. Dark Souls used to be my favorite game before Elden Ring came out. I am that guy. I'm sorry. I am sorry in advance. Alright. I don't know. I'm a big fan. I'm just a little bit of a big fan. Dark Souls is, like the example I was saying earlier about people having particular taste, Dark Souls is a very particular taste. It is, I don't even know that it's not for everyone, but it's not to everyone's taste. I may not be the biggest fan of The Sims, for example. That doesn't mean it's a bad game. It's really fine. It's really good for Sims fans. I mean, the thing is sold like gangbusters, of course it is. It's just not for me. Wait, what did I not cut out? Oh, there you are. Pop. Nice. Brilliant. Alright, 28 and 29. Hey. I will say, I would strongly encourage you to... I mean, it was my favorite game, and I still love it. I would strongly encourage you to look into getting Dark Souls if you ever get the chance. Although I do think that Elden Ring is a better game overall. That's a little bit unfair too, because Elden Ring got to build on all of its predecessors. I'm obviously going to be better at math in 12th grade than I was in 6th. It's a fantastic game though. Only a lot. Alright, let's see. The way it's set up here. So ridge. Oh. This definitely goes on the outside, right? Okay. Ah! There we go. That's how you do it. That makes good sense. Okay. Actually, looking at the art, yeah, they're right-handed. Okay. Of course they are. There was a show that I watched ages ago. Was it Code Geass? Where the animators went out of their way to make one character left-handed in her mech. I think it's the red pilot, if I remember correctly. They went out of their way to make that a thing. Link in The Legend of Zelda used to always be left-handed. Used to be, because he hasn't been since Skyward Sword, which wasn't that long ago in terms of the number of games in the series, but just in sheer time, unfortunately, it is. Skyward Sword came out on the Wii. The Wii U got Breath of the Wild, although it's mostly known as a Switch game now. And in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, Link is right-handed. Prior to Skyward Sword, the only games where he had been right-handed were games that had Master Mode, like Ocarina of Time. Bloodborne is greater than Elden Ring? Well, you know, apples and oranges. They are... I can see where a person who really likes Bloodborne is coming from. I will say, after Elden Ring came out, I don't see a lot of people saying that their favorite Souls game is Dark Souls 1, 2, or 3. You still do see them occasionally, but... And by Souls, I mean Soulsborne, like From Software game, I should say. You do see them occasionally, though. You do, however, more often see people say that Bloodborne might be their favorite, or Sekiro is their favorite. And that makes sense, because those are quite different from Elden Ring. They're quite different from the Souls games. It's the, what is it? Howard Moskowitz, some people like chunky sauce, some people like spicy sauce, and some people like it plain. You know, you've got... They're all sauce, but they're flavored a bit differently. I guess Sekiro is the spicy one, right? It's the most different. It's not even a Souls-like, in my opinion. Between Magic and Warhammer, my free time is spoken for, Seth. Fair enough. Fair enough. If you ever change your mind, I cannot recommend it highly enough. I cannot sing its praises highly enough. Also, let me not stab myself really quickly. 31 and 30? We're gonna have a little bit of garbage here. Loose plastic that doesn't correspond to any piece. There it is. I'll set you way over here. 31. Actually, let me do it this way so that I remember more readily. There we go. Wait. No, I did that correctly. Okay. Over here doubting myself. I would say what I'll do, you like to spicy is greater than chunky is greater than plain. Knowing you, I know what that might be a reference to, in addition to what I just said about Howard Moskowitz. Knowing you, I know the Konosuba meme. 32. There's 34, which is part of this. Let's see. Oop, there we go. 32 and 33. Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. There's 32 and, hey, 33. Hello again. Let me not cut myself. That I think goes underneath the rifle. Yep. 33 goes on top. Excellent. Hey, that's how old I am. Old. Yeah, 33 years young. That's what I tell myself anyway. Alright. Get all of these together. Alright. I'll do 30 and 31 first, I think. Man, they make this thing look, I believe the kids would say, dummy thick. Make it look way thicker on the end. Which, you know, fair enough, I guess. Alright. You said, I do, it's down in the description. Yeah, check it out. Down in the description you will find my Discord server. I may not do it quite as much, but we do talk magic, gaming, memes, lots of memes. Oh dear goodness. Oh dear. I'm going to glue myself to this. It's a minor miracle I haven't glued myself to anything already. Glued anything to me, rather. Try to get this piece in place. Let me see, what time is it? It is 7:26. Ooh, you're there we go. Much better. Squeeze the life out of it first, so it stays in place. I'll admit I actually don't know how much liquid cement I have left. Hopefully we won't run out anytime too terribly. Well, knowing me, I have just jinxed it. That is how that works. Okay, I'll put 33 on next. Let's see. That is, yeah, the sight. 33 is the sight. Don't actually see where it goes. It's somewhere on the side here, but no. No. Where? I'm supposed to put it. Yeah, that is indeed where it goes. It just hangs off. Okay, well, fair enough, I guess. Make the best of it. It would have been nice if it had another place to connect to the gun so it wouldn't wobble as much. Putting it on what cement? It'll be alright. It'll be fine, he says. Hopefully, maybe. Hopefully, maybe, totally, definitely. Okay. Now we just sit here for a bit. Have you played with Embiggen yet in Infect? I have not, unfortunately. It's one of those like Mightable Crosa that ends up being more power, but it doesn't have a lot of flexibility. Not flexibility, it doesn't have other utility, it's just big power, which is not a bad thing necessarily. If I were playing mono green Infect, I would absolutely run Embiggen, but I'm not, so yeah. If you want to get into Legacy nowadays, it is quite expensive if you want to have a multicolored deck. So, but, you know, Infect is one of those decks that you can run as a monocolored deck. You'll miss out on cards like Force of Will, Brainstorm, Ponder, fetch lands, to go with those two. You'll miss out on Blighted Agent, obviously that's a big one. You'll miss out on, I run Spell Pierce, but you can also run other cards in that slot instead. Flutterstorm, for instance. But, I mean, mono green is fine. Yeah, it is a +5/+5 on Inkmoth because because it gets to be an artifact, a land, and a creature all together. It's pretty silly. It's great. It is. If you were running mono green Infect in Legacy, I would say that it's worth it. I would say that it replaces Mightable Crosa. I can't think of any in Legacy. I can't think of any time it goes lower than +4/+4. I think, right? Right, wait a minute. Oh, I'd have to look at it again to see. It's +2/+2, +1 for each card type, right? So actually it would be... Let's see, GlistenerElf's just a creature. I guess it is +3. Well, I'd have to look at it again to see. It's been a while since I've looked at the card again. Goodness. So it and Invigorate is lethal on Inkmoth, and it and Berserk is lethal. Yep. To be fair, you can say the same thing about Scale Up, but I don't think that usually comes. I don't think that matters quite as much. Yeah, Scale Up making it a 6/4 also does it with Invigorate and Berserk, and actually is better with Berserk because, well, I say it's better. No, it depends on the creature it's enchanting. Being applied to. Targeting. I have actually killed with overloaded Scale Up before. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's not card type, it's creature type. You're right. Creature type. Yeah, tell you how long it's been. That's why I was counting card types earlier. Artifact, land, creature. Ah! Ah! Goodness. And Scale Up is a sorcery, that's right. That usually doesn't matter in, as a, say, like a one-of in Legacy, but it can. You can't save a creature with it, unfortunately. That is true, though. Also, Scale Up does not stack with itself, so you're not incentivized to run as many copies in Legacy. I'm going to say that that's stable enough that we can keep going. Itchy nose is itchy. Okay. So we'll put the magazine on. That should be an easy one. Oh, there's still a good bit left. Okay. I was actually worried when I got started that this was all going to be, not all, but that the nozzle would be hardened, and I wouldn't be able to get anything out at all, and then we would just call the stream 5 minutes in. Thankfully, no. Okay, I put way too much. Just a little bit. Oh, you know what they say. Why not have more cement. No matter how much you have, why not have more? I don't know who says that. Why not have more liquid when you can... Why not... Okay, that would be your mom. That's who says that. Oh, goodness. About to find out if Evelyn is still here because I just made a your mom joke. Okay. This is the stupidest way to hold it. Inkmoth is an artifact land creature. Inkmoth... It's card type and creature type, isn't it? It's type and subtype. Okay, let me just look the dang thing up. Hold on. It's been... Miam to Big Smort over here. +1 for each super type, type, and subtype. That's right. It has been entirely too long. Yep. Yep. Yep, Evelyn is still here. Your mom addiction intensified. Yep. Yep. I admit it. I admit it. Okay. Let's see. Anything else? 25 and 35. Even the gun gets a shield on here. Nope, it's on. There you are. Righty tighty. As you can probably guess, it has been quite a while since I've played competitive Magic. It has been a good sec. I do still have my EDH deck that I bring over to my LGS to play, but once I moved away from my old LGS, I haven't actually played all that much Magic. Competitive Magic, anyway. And then 25 as well. We can... Oh no. You better not get... Oh, wait. No, it goes the other way around. I hope. Okay, thank goodness. Thank goodness. I thought it was running up against the scope. Alright. Very good. Alright, Jay. A little. Not a glob. Tau, not a Nurgle cultist. Sometimes you have lore jokes just for you. Sometimes you write jokes for yourself. Alright. That is... I'll paint over it, it's fine. It's not so deep that I can't just paint over it. And then 25. 55. I thought that I remembered seeing you on here. Yep, there you are. 25. That's the one. Click. Hey. Send it flying. Alright, so 25, and it goes on this little knob on the back. Let's test it out first. Make sure you get it in the right spot. Oh, like that. Okay, cool. Stay. Stay. Good boy. Yeah, since there are male and female parts here, I can actually say good boy. Good boy and good girl. Here we go. Alright. 26 and 27. 26. Hey, what's up? Seen Royal Treatment seeing some play. I don't know that I should. Royal Treatment. Hold on just a moment. Royale with cheese. That's slightly different. Here for a minute. Good day, good Jay. Dry fitting is the thank you. Appreciate it. Good to see you, Knight. When do you microwave the towel? I'm gonna have the put my towel up in the car and have a sign on the window that says, "Don't worry, they're fine. They have water in their favorite music as they're melting in the car." A royal treatment is target creature you control gains hexproof till end of turn. Create a royal rule token attached to that creature. If you control another royal role, not royal rule. Excuse me, let me get a little closer to it. Me am blind. Create a royal role token attached to that creature. If you control another role on it, put that one into the graveyard. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has ward 1. So it helps to protect it on further turns. I can see that. That's obviously better than, was it not? Oh, heck. What is it? Rangers? No, not Ranger's Guile. Snakeskin Veil? It's obviously better than Snakeskin Veil. It does what Snakeskin Veil does, and it gives them ward 1. I guess theoretically it could. It's not strictly better because you can't stack the counters. Yeah, in Legacy, I think I would rather have... I don't know how many royal treatments you'd want to have, though. 1 at least, I would think. But since the roll doesn't stack... I don't know much about the Legacy meta now, and I don't know how much targeted removal factors into it. But the fact that it gives ward when, again, the aforementioned 1/1 for 2 mana that likes killing exactly GlistenerElf, well, and a lot of other stuff. The one that's invalidating anything with 1 toughness. I think you probably would want to have more copies of it than just the 1. Usually 1. I could see having more, just because ward is so... It pays off in future turns too, and if you lose the creature, you've effectively reset the royal roll, so you can do it again. Normally seeing dirty space commies makes me angry, but I'm fine if it's your... Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. He and I were talking about, you have Du Bois, and Tau versus Du Bois is, it's stupid. I like hitting them from so far away that they don't even know what's hitting them. That's the plan. Same thing with Tyranids. That's the plan. You have Death Guard. No, I thought you had Orcs, didn't you? Didn't you have Orcs as well? I have Orcs. I thought you had Orcs as well. Speaking of Orcs, Orcish Bowman. Yeah, a lot does have to do with Orcish Bowmasters. That stupid card. Don't get me started. Or do, that's up to you now. Love how its arm is already attached into it, by the way. I'm looking at the other side and seeing it does have an arm, but the arm for this one is just already in the gun. Alright, let's build the arm first, and then we'll apply the gun. 26 and 27. 6. Oh. Nice. Me am full of Tismort. I'm actually going to take a break here in just a moment. But while Knight is around, I want to try to hang out a little bit longer before he has to leave. I guess I'm mistaken. I could have sworn, and would have been incorrect, I thought you had Orcs as well. Oops. Oh, like this. This is how. Alright. Yep, easy enough. And make absolutely sure. Yep, that's the way. This is the way. Click. Click. There we go. So how do you feel about... I'm an Infect player. How do you think I feel about Orcish Bowmasters? Yeah. Yeah, just like Gruul Ren back in the day. Anything that can consistently apply 1 damage pressure like that is obviously going to be pretty pretty harsh. It definitely feels like a very pushed card, unfortunately, which means that I have strong opinions of it even outside of Infect. I think it's the kind of card that probably should have gotten hit. It's an over-centralizing enough card in well more than just one deck, basically any black deck. It's the kind of card that got them to unban Preordain in Modern, because, I mean, it's not going to make a difference anyway. The blue decks are just going to give them more damage and a bigger boy. No, in all seriousness, that is kind of a statement, because Preordain is one of the cards, it wasn't banned at the beginning of Modern, but very shortly afterwards. I believe it might have been the first ban list. You know when Mono Blue Infect was a thing, where it was pitching Progenitus to Blazing Shoal? Yeah, it got hit back then. Way on back. Yeah. Also, Orcish Bowmasters is kind of a signifier of a different philosophy that seems to be taken with designing cards. Yeah, let me keep this open while I'm about to head out. In Magic, which is Magic has been very, very good compared to some other card games of holding power creep in check. Part of that is because it is a rotating format game. Yeah, it has eternal formats like Legacy and Vintage and Modern and Pioneer, but for the most part, its biggest format is a rotating format. Just like with Pokemon, that'll help to keep power level more or less in check, though it can still go up because packs noob sets are having to compete against the other sets in Standard. But usually that should keep it in check. I don't remember if this was actually confirmed or not, so pardon me if this is wrong, but I at least remember seeing that one of the designers was saying that in response to Orcish Bowmasters, they could raise the standard toughness of creatures to 2, which is basically a permanent power creep. Once you do that, you basically can't ever go back, because any creature you print with 1 toughness is either going to be unplayable compared to the 2 toughness version, or is going to have an even more powerful effect to make up for it. If Orcish Bowmasters is doing all of that, helping to push a permanent level of power creep like that, I'm not for it. I'm not a fan of that. I don't want to see Magic turn into Yu-Gi-Oh! Which, don't get me wrong, I like Yu-Gi-Oh! Too. It's a fine game on its own. But I definitely want those two to be different and have different philosophies. I would much rather it be that way. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in just a few minutes, but restroom calls, so give me just a moment, folks. You know the drill. I will be right back. Eeny, meeny, miny, this one. Why not?
I know you love me. I wanna word you up into my life. Let's roll up to be a single star in the sky. I hear you calling me. I wanna word you up into my life. Let's lop up to make a single star in the sky. I'm so in love with you. I wanna word you up into my life. Let's roll up to be a single star in the sky. I need you to feel me. I wanna word you up into my life. Let's love up to make a single star in the sky to you. To be a single star in the sky. I hear you calling me. I wanna word you up into my life. Let's love up to make a single star in the sky to you.
Hey everyone. Alright. Whew. So I hope that answers your question. I hope Phlogiston, I hope that answers your question. Oh goodness. Alright. That little mini rant from earlier, I mean. Okay. So I should attach the arm and to gun. I see where the... Oh. Okay. That works. That makes it easy. Okay. I think that we should be nearly done with this. We finish the arm, we do the head, and then we have a few other pieces that we add, the pauldrons, shoulder plates. And then we should be done with the broadside itself. Ooh, uh-oh. Hold. Still. Cheese. I'd like to get the lid back on. That seems important. Alright. Yeah, this is, I'll admit, a lot smaller than I thought it would be. Genuinely, I thought that this would be maybe, I don't know, 50% taller than the regular battle suits. No, no. Not so much. Ooh, I better do this before I... Okay, before it hardens. That's probably a bit much. Right now, better safe than sorry. I'll have it pointed up and out. Try to get it close to level as I can. I like it. I like it a good bit. It's a big guy. I need more caffeine. There is more coffee on the way, but it's decaf. For all the good that's going to do me. So Senator says, Orc our best crump. The rest Bailey got away. What? Bailey? What? Oh, barely got away, right? Is that what that is? Before I started collecting models, I watched a bunch of painting videos. I thought every model was bigger than it was. Fair enough. I can see that. So part of that is because on the box, I mean, look how big this thing is. It looks like it would be quite a bit bigger. It looks like the kind of thing that would need to stand well above the regular battle suits to do its job. Which makes sense. If it's bigger, theoretically that should mean that it won't move around as much when it's firing a rail cannon. And also, it's not made for mobility like the others, so it can afford to be bigger, which presumably could also give it more armor, you know, theoretically. No, that's not that's not what actually happens. Box. Yeah, big ol' box. Oh, box. 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 Boxing. No, the box just makes it look big. Especially when you compare it to the... And I know there's obviously sized differently. The ones on the Tau, on the battle suits on the Tau Empire Start Collecting set. I don't have any 10th edition combat patrols. I haven't bought any 10th edition anything, and I don't think I'm going to. Like I said earlier, I'm actually looking into other war games right now. Hopefully nothing that's too terribly expensive, but I already bought these. I might as well do something with them, you know? Maybe. Might as well. That's alright. I wonder if maybe I can convince someone at my game store to try out the Skyrim wargame with me. That seems neat. Evelyn, if you're still here, how about we play some games from a few thousand miles away with pieces that cost as much as your entire monthly salary? Let's not, actually. Let's not do that. Say we didn't. You know what we could do, though? I don't know if Skyrim specifically has this function out. Let's not do this either, but this is just fun to give people who actually model a heart attack. Alright. There's a game called Tabletop Simulator. I know that it's on Steam, and you want a PC version at least, because you can add mods, you can add models. People can play at least Warhammer and Infinity, and that was one of the other draws for Infinity. I know it can be played online, but at the very least you can play those games on Tabletop Simulator. You can even paint your models on Tabletop Simulator. Maybe someday when I'm a lawyer, that would do it. That would... You need a lawyer's salary. It's an expensive hobby. Or at least for the Warhammer side of it, it is. In order to compete with Warhammer, some of the other games have to have lower prices, and so it's actually not... From what I've seen, granted I don't know all that many other games, and I'm still learning about them, but from what I've seen, the models aren't that expensive when you get into... compared to Warhammer, when you get into other games. But the Skyrim one is an exception, unfortunately. That one does seem to still be expensive. Perhaps because it's Skyrim, so it's running on a popular name. I don't know. Commander Farsight used to be reckless when he was young and in a crisis suit. so his teacher made him pilot a broadside to slow him down and teach him patience. That's actually a really good idea. I like that. I've done something similar to that with so I have like armors and shields and like prop swords, combat swords for myself and for the kids, for Evangeline and for the kids in the neighborhood to play with. And Evangeline has never had a problem with this. She's always been a pretty, slow, reactive, patient sort of swordsman. She's genuinely, that sounds weird talking about a 9-year-old, but when she plays with the other kids in the neighborhood, she's not flailing about wildly like this, which some of them do. And I gave one of the guys in the neighborhood, and he had been just doing the sword, and I gave him a shield as well. And I told him, keep your shield up at all times ahead of you. It's not quite the same thing as forcing him to slow down, but it forced him to be a little bit more deliberate, because he had to remember about the shield as well. As a way, I'm not his dad, but I'd like to think that I'm teaching him a life lesson with that. He's very much the stereotypical hyperactive kid that needs someone and doesn't have someone. But he's good friends with Evangeline. And I'm going to leave that on that depressing note. Alright, let's see. Now to put the head together. All of these are high numbers, so... No, we have 50s up here. In fact, I see 57, 50, and 59. Oh, it's just which style you'd like to use. I don't know that it makes a difference functionally. So I guess I just pick whichever one I think is the coolest looking. Well, let's get the head out first. The head is 51 through 56. Alright. Which is on the other sheet. Let's see. Why use sword when I could just dual-wield protective dinner plate? Dual-wielding shields is a thing in Elden Ring. It is not a thing in anything else. It's because... You know how you see in movies and in video games and shows and whatnot, there are defensive swordsmen? People that will fight defensively the whole time. They'll constantly parry the opponent. Theoretically, I think what's supposed to happen is they're supposed to wear them out, and then now that they're worn out, you have the high ground and you could kill them, or you wait for them to make a major mistake and then you punish that. In real sword fighting, there's no such thing as total defense. Your defense is there to keep your opponent from killing you and to capitalize on their mistake to kill them. You're not doing defense for defense sake. Two shields does not tend to kill people, is what I'm saying. That's the point. That's my point summarized, boiled down. Alright, 55. 55. Okay. Where's 51? Giving you the sword lore. I remember someone months ago on my channel said, like, was it 52? 53, 54. So these all go together. Oh, no, wait a minute. You pick one or the other. Alright, let me think about that. There you are. Wait. You pick 51 or 52 plus 3 plus 54 or 55, 56, 81, 82. I see. Okay. Shields have edges. Might not be lethal damage. That right there. That's the problem. But it does hurt, like hitting your sides on the table side. If you know, yes. Oh dear. Oh dear, indeed. Or hitting your shin on, well, a shield. Oh boy. Commander, I read that. Making sure I didn't read that already. The las gun. It has 6 firing modes, can pierce through 3 enemies on 12 inches of armor. You can even use it as a crack grenade. Las gun and tabletop. Oh no! Oh no. Or magnetize them. That's a good idea. That's it. Do you think I should wait, maybe? Okay, hold on. Just looking at the styles. Oh, that's terrible. Alright. Here we are. Okay. That's what they look like. I'm trying to decide which one looks the most, to me, like a sniper. So, probably not the same one that the battle suits are using. And I believe that the battle suits all have the same... No, they don't. Never mind. The battle suits have a variety of their own. Nailed it. Including some mirrored designs, which... Okay. I don't know why I did that. Oh, we're near the end of the last album. It'll loop back on itself, but that's interesting. This one's doing the Dr. Livesey walk. It's got the Giga Chad shoulders going on. I love it. Alright. In that case, let's pick one of the ones that isn't used by any other model I already have. Every other model has either big on one side, 2 on the other, vice versa, or a big one in the middle and 2 on each side. So let's do a different one. Which one looks most like a scope to me? This one has 3 sensors. I'm going to call them sensors. 53 and 54. Yeah, one of those then. 53, 54. And then I have to decide between these two which one I like the most. And yeah, like you said, I could magnetize them. So the first one comes out further ahead and has a wider angle. It makes it look like a fisheye lens, especially since it's still not particularly long. Although it is extending outward, so it might be somewhat like a scope. This one over here is so far back that it looks like it's using the pinhole effect. And I can see 2 dots on either side, which look like they could be sensors, support sensors. I like 54. We'll do this one. I think. You're right, I could magnetize them. I don't even have the stuff to magnetize them right now, so I would just have to hold off on the decision entirely. And I think I'm rather attached to this one. I rather like its look. It makes it's unique. Alright. Always run the Seeker missile and then either missiles or plasma depending on what I need. The secondary weapons are easy to magnetize. See, okay, so you are going to, if you wouldn't mind, either here or in the Discord server, could you send me links, resources basically, on magnetizing parts? Because that sounds like something I should get into. It's really not something I have the stuff for, or that I've really looked into all that much, to be honest. And so I don't even know where to begin. Well, without consulting Professor Google. Yeah, it has looped back around. That should be Lotus. No, Lotus is at the end of this album. I forget the name of this song. Try spinning it. It's a cool trick. Spinning the head around on top. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Alright. Set you in here for right now. So I don't lose track of you. I know me. I know me. Easy. Easy. That's easy. It's different than what we'll see in the art. No, actually, it's the one that's on the it's the one that's on the box cover. There we go. And then I have to decide which style of antenna I like the most. The one that looks most like a proper antenna to me is 57. It doesn't tell you very much from where you are, but it how would I say? It's the one that looks least like a gun. However, they use 59 on theirs, and that is pretty cool. I could do with that. I could do with that. Let me see the piece in person. Pieces in person. Poison. Poisonally. Alright. Yeah, I can see why they went with that, actually. Let me look at my other models and see what they're running. So I can be different. Or rather, they can be different. Yeah, 59 it is. I'm trying to make this one that has a completely different, not complete, largely different function from the others, also look different, to signify that. Where'd you go? There'd you go. Again, don't throw sharp things, kids. Links in the description. Thank you. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Hey! Click. See the little at there? Is that... Oh, man. I can already tell you've done your homework. There's your broadside. Oh! Let me see. Is there a way that I can... There probably is a way that I can add this to... Show... Do you mind if I show it off? Well, it's on Instagram. Do I need an Instagram account to actually see it? Because if so... I don't have an Instagram account. Nope, I do not. Okay. Good, good, good. I could try that out. If you're okay with it. If you're cool with it. 2mm by 1mm magnets and a handheld pin vise and super glue. Okay. Is that the kind of thing that you can... I've never seen them at my game store before. I guess that's something you'd get online. Or maybe you do. Maybe you do. Oh. You've actually included links to... Since the magnets are 2mm in diameter, you use the 2mm drill bit. Okay. Enter the... Oh, it's Amazon. Ah, okay. I saw A.co. Fair enough. Fair enough. There you are. Here you are. Okay. Easy. Easy does it. If you're okay, that works. It came up as A.co on there. If you're okay with me showing it off, I can show off your broadside on stream. If you're alright with that. That's good. Just hold it in place. Ish. That wiggles a little more than I would like. Alright. Let's have the antenna further back so that it's theoretically harder to hit. If this were an actual machine, you'd want it harder to hit. Go for it? Okay. Just a moment. Let this dry to the point where I don't like that. Yeah, let me hold this in place for a moment. Your very first finished model, dang. I'll show you my first finished model here in a moment. I wanted to start with something not too terribly or something more expendable. A poor unit. Let me find you here. One that isn't too complicated, so that I could, what I learned from doing the first one, I could make up for later on. Where are you? In other words, it's one of my troopers. So, unfortunately, I can't say that my first one was anything too terribly spectacular. However, I remember which one it is by its pose. Find you. Yep. There she is. Just completely serious. Just firing straight out. Well, almost straight out. It's actually a little high, but that's just how that model is. Yeah. Just a regular old plain serious unit. I didn't want to try anything too tricky at first. And it works. There she is. So, yeah, not... I can't say that I started off with a broadside as my first, alas. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool of you. Alright. Let's see. Before I do anything here, it should be. So I can actually turn it. In that case, I may want to wait to do the head until I do get magnets. I mean, realistically though, it's always going to be facing the direction where it's firing, so... not for a broadside. For a broadside, I guess it doesn't matter too much, unless I want to change out the head. I like this one as it is, actually. I think I'm just going to glue this one. Hold on. It's actually covered quite a bit by its carapace. Okay, I can live with that. Alright, your buddy got you into the game. Now if I'm into something, I go all in. Watched every painting towel video I could. You could find and got some airbrush. Dang. Alright. That's pretty cool. Only a lot. Only a good bit. So, if I get you into Elden Ring, you will be in there for the next 500 hours, is what I'm hearing. No. Maybe. Have you played any of the Warhammer games? Speaking of which. Alright. Stay on straight. Ish. Hold still, buddy. It's actually a little higher than I would like. Alright. Stay in place. I have Vermintide. You'll be screwed. It's fine. You'll be fine. Hey, my 9-year-old can play Elden Ring. You'll be fine. You played WoW for 12 years. Thankfully, it is not anywhere near as addictive as WoW is. I say addictive. It's not made to... It's not a live service or subscription game that's made to keep you hooked onto it for forever, indefinitely. I have played WoW. Granted, I played it for free when that was a thing. The first 20 levels are free. I was that WoW player. Even so, I can understand. Not as much as some people can. One of my good friends from back where I used to live, he met the lady he married playing WoW. He was obviously way more into it than I was. I'm not going to actually glue it to the base though. I think. For right now, I think I'm going to keep it as it is. I might use magnets for the, well, I mean, when am I ever going to... I mean, I can't move its pose all that much. Maybe I do glue it down. Unlike these suckers that have a bunch of different poses, including some silly ones, this one seems to really only have just the one. I guess there's not much of a purpose in putting magnets in the base. It's not like I can do all that many different poses with it. Just started playing combat cards, which is pretty good for a phone game. I have never heard of that before. I'll admit, I have not. Oh. Yeah, and then the last one is just gluing it down to the base. If I were in the future to put 2 high-yield missile pods... Okay, hold on. Let me get my book back out really quickly. Even though it's out of date, and I know it. Where did my book run off to? No, actually, where did I set that? Screw it. Let's just look through here. That's fine. It makes it a little harder to show you all, but it shouldn't matter too terribly much. So, future reference, high-yield missile pod is 36 inches. Heavy force, 7, AP -1, and then D3 damage. Okay. With no extra abilities. Heavy 4, though. I mean, okay. Fair enough, I guess. I don't know. 60 inches sounds silly. I like the whole hit things from outer space shtick. If you're going to tournaments, you need them to have the correct weapons, and Touhou are all about customization, and Magnus is the best way to do it. Yep, you're right. In the future, I'll tell you what. In the future, I have a funny feeling I'm going to be leaving. I'll be leaning into the magnets. In the future. For right now, I guess it's okay. But you are correct. That is what I should do. And nice. In the future, when I do get more broadsides, I suppose that's I'll have another one be magnetic. So I don't remember how many points these are worth, to be honest. If it's even really realistically possible to have 2 broadsides outside of just huge battles. But if I do, one can have a rail and the other can be whichever else. Oh, goodness. Alright. So, they are different. They are different now. When you say they... Oh, the number of points. Yep. Correct. It doesn't list points in here anyway, at least not that I can see. Which makes sense. I wouldn't think they would have points in this, because even just within the same generation, points can change. That does happen. In fact, I think that's one of the things that happened with the Custodes for their nerfs. They got a few different nerfs, but I think that was one of them. Alright, missile drones. Missile drone time. Alright. I'll make 2 missile drones for them. Oh, and then let me, hold on, really quickly. MV8 missile drone. Oh, again, this might change. It probably will change. Moves 8 inches a turn. Let's see. Missile pod, here it is. 36 inch, assault 2, 7, AP -1, D3. Still, we have enough shield and marker drones already. And gun drones. Missiles, that's the only one I don't have, so we might as well just have them on. The missile pod stat, yep, there we go. Oh, the missile pod stats are different, not the broadside, right? The stat, okay. Yeah, never mind then. So, I'm still going to make them, just because I have so many of the others. But, you're right. You are correct. Alright. doing it a bit out of order, but I do know that these are used. Little bit out of order. Let's see. Click. This one, because it's so much shorter, these pliers are, they use quite a bit more strength, unfortunately. It's not too bad anyway, but if you do this for long enough, I can definitely see it being a problem. Alright, so 66 and 67. Which are right here. 66, 66, and 67. No. Just a sec. Well, as much as I don't like paying for overpriced tools, I mean, you get what you pay for. That's the hope anyway, and this is what I get for getting something cheaply. For reference sake, I don't know if you were here earlier when I mentioned it, but I did not have, I couldn't find the pliers that I already bought that were used to open a model for Evangeline. So I went out and bought another set. However, my local game store, was closed because Sunday. So I had to make do with something else. So I went out and got some cheap ones. Alright. Oh, it's meant to lean forward a bit. That's interesting. Make sure I do this correctly. Make sure. So for these, I'm actually tempted to not glue them down so that I can swap them out. One of my marker drones here. These look like they fit pretty readily just as it is, without having to glue them. Maybe. Sent you a picture of the current stats in the disc. Thank you. Oh, crap, that's right. Before I really get started, I was going to get yours and add it onto the stream. Here we go. Friend of mine put a picture of the Warhammer official "Everything is Canon," which is not a real tweet, to be clear. Or if it is, it's deleted. It's not something that's still available. But it's Warhammer official saying "Everything is canon," and then people would put underneath it a picture of whatever they wanted. And this one has a Space Marine being given a gift by Freerin from her eponymous anime. Because of course. Ah, there we are. Open in browser and rotate. How? Okay, turn it sideways for me. Oh my god, wow, my eyes. Alright, heavy rail's still 60, that's good. But, seeker missile? High yield missile pod? Seeker missile? Wait. These aren't the missile pods, right? This is just the broadside itself? Or am I blind here? Always. So I see ranged weapons, heavy rail rifle, high yield missile pods, which goes on the broadside, seeker missiles, one shot, twin plasma rifle, twin smart missile system. There it is. There it is. That's not referring to the broadside. That's the... It's weird when the broadside and the missile pods have their weapons actually featured in the same column. Yep, I was just blind. 30 inches instead of 30... Nope, still 30. Wait, no, 36? Okay. Twins... Wait. Smart missile system. Twin smart missile system. Missile pod is listed on here as missile pod. I don't see it on there. Yeah, I don't see it, unfortunately. Ranged weapons. Here. Alright. Let me go back to where I was for just a sec. was going to add your broadside on over to it. Click. Oh yeah, it's on Instagram. You don't save it readily, do you? I have an idea. How about we just switch over to my browser so that I can show it off that way. There we go. You don't mind. It'll have your ad on here, if that's okay with you. Let's see. Oh, you can't see me. You can hear me though. That's your broadside. That's pretty cool. In fact, you have a few more pictures of it. There you go. And now, folks, you know who to follow. Whom to follow. Without the head, so that you can swap them out. Presumably so you can swap out the different heads. I just find that funny. There we go. There's the one. Alright, that's pretty cool. Even gave it the texture and everything. That's neat. Well, good on you. Good on you for that. That's pretty cool. For whatever that's worth. Coming from some random nobody like me, I think that's pretty cool. I think you did a good job. There you go. There you go, bud. Ah, good times. Good times. Alright, goodness. Alright, I was going to cut these out. That's right. As close to the quick as I can. Well, there we go. Yep, that goes. And disco, fever. Glue. Who needs it? No, seriously, why is this one so crooked? Oh. Yeah, there's maybe a reason you're supposed to glue it, Jay, so that doesn't happen. No. I have it in the wrong way anyway. Oh, there is supposed to be a bit of space up there. Fair enough, I guess. And then we add the cap. And missile drones have 2 ears. Alright, let's glue those onto it. None of them have 0 ears. Oh, no, they're on this page, aren't they? Ears are 71, 72, and 73. Here they are. Looking at the ones we currently have. It's how many openings I want to have on the end of it, right? This one has 1. Most of those have 1. I could give it 2 just so that it'd be different. Those have 2. Well, there are 2 with 2 openings. So let's pick a different style than the one that we already have. Which is... Nope, they match, that's right. Okay, never mind. Answers that question. Never mind. Alright. Wait, is there only 1 set? Huh. Huh. That can't be right. There's only 1 set? It could just be another case of Jay is blind. We've never seen that before. No, nay, never. Wait. Oh, they can't. Oh, in the box, 1 has 1, the other has 2. So they can be different. Okay. It's not all missile drones have 2. I probably have some spares in the other boxes that I could, if I want to make them match. The high-yield missile pods got twin-linked in the new code. Oh, okay. That's what it was. So, fair enough. It's not labeled the same. In that case, let me go back to it and take a look. So, twin-linked, let's see, twin smart missile system. Let me go back here. We're still at 30. Missile pod used to be 36, now it's 30 inches. But it's twin linked. 4. Wait, okay, they're also in a different order here. It went from 1 to 4. Yeah, that is pretty huge. Jeez. Jeez, okay. Alright. 5 plus to 4 plus. Okay. For the PS. S. I don't remember what it should be obvious, right? But I don't remember what S stands for. It went from 3 to 5. AP still, well, it went from -1 to -1 to 0. Okay. Yeah. I mean, then again, it's twin linked, which is indirect fire twin linked. Twin linked is not given on there. Maybe that's a 10th edition thing. I'm not aware of. I'm not familiar with. Just by the numbers, without knowing what that is, it looks worse. But I don't know that ability, so that could be huge. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. All right, and then boop. Same shtick. Stick it in. Ha 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 ha. Me, I'm very mature. Alright. I was looking to see if I had any spares in here. I do not. That's a bummer. Not in there, at least. Yeah, we'll just have one with 1 and one with 2. That'll be fine, I guess. We're all going to ignore that I left that open for a few minutes. Strength! Okay. Fair enough. Keep these together. Your barbarian friends in here. Strength! I don't remember if you played D&D. You didn't mention it earlier, and you said you get into when you get into stuff, you really get into it. So I'm assuming the answer is no. But I know a lot of D&D players, or Magic players that also play D&D. I guess I wouldn't put it past you. Wish there's enough room, they could have given us another one. I wish that they had. Oh well. Oh well. It'll be alright. Alright. Twin linked is reroll wound. Okay. Yeah, no, I can see I can see why then. Never mind. I can see why. Yeah, it turns out he's pretty good. Pretty good. Let's do right side. Anything that has it on one side, I'd like to keep them all on the same. I hear you in there. Get out. Get out. Slowly but surely. Eventually, maybe. And then, of course, when it does come out, it gushes. Alright, I'm gonna need you to not glue your... You made it this far without gluing your thumb to anything. You can go a little bit longer. Hopefully. Maybe. Probably not. And... click. There we go. Played Pathfinder and D&D. Okay. Excellent. Pathfinder. D&D's 3.75 edition. See, the trick is that for this one, because of the way that it's slanted, it feels difficult to hold it in place without also getting it all over yourself. Even more so when we get to the others, because it has two. Alright, I need you to stay in place for me, please, buddy. Set you down and trust you against my better judgment. Yeah, I think I am just going to play it safely and do these one at a time. This is from the Suno stage, isn't it? The music, that is. No, I think we're good. I wish me luck. Alright. There we go. Glued my entire left hand together on Friday. Oh no. How'd you take care of that? Warm water, right? I know that that's not the be-all end-all, but well, I've never glued my hand to something. I've had glue on it before, and warm water is how I eventually got it off. Just keep it under, run it as warm as you can take it. And you keep it there. No matter how long you do it, you keep it there longer. Alright, granted, this is mostly not glued down. That being the case, I don't know if I'm ever going to swap these out, actually. Just because I have so many of the others already. Yeah. Yeah. That's the sound. Glue. Oh goodness. Let's pretend that's an... Oop, enough, he says as he gets it all over himself. You genius. Alright. Leave that there for a bit. A bit. Alright, there we go. Here we are. There we go. You can do it. It's probably enough. It's an easy piece. It's not really risking all that much. Keep it nice and stable, hopefully. Hopefully, maybe totally, definitely. It's more or less in line. Which is really the kind of precision that you expect from someone with this as a hobby. More or less. Absolutely not. Drones are war gear now, and treated as tokens. You don't even have them. You don't even have to have them on the table in turn. What? I think you blew my mind a little bit. That feels wrong. Having played with it. Well, you've been playing this long enough. You've played with it that way too, I'm sure. That feels wrong. I'm sure there's a good reason for it, though. What time is it? Yeah, 8:42. Didn't do one more. Last one. I guess I will actually put together some of the other towel as well while I'm at it. Might as well. Also, I think the drink slightly disappears too. Excellent. I don't know why that seems as strange to me as it is. Oh well. I'll get over it. It's just a matter of not being used to it, that's all. That's all it is. It'll be fine. Ooh, I don't like that. Alright. I'm going to put this onto a hard surface. Alright. Do this one differently for no reason. Instead of applying it to the helmet. Once again, stick that one on the ground. Try to drop it gently. Fail to do so. Okay, so aside from being glued to the base, the broadside is done. The missile drones are done, except I haven't glued the very bottom in so that I can swap the bases out. What state are you in? Guessing either West Virginia. Hold on, are you guessing that based on my voice, my accent? I'm from Georgia. I'm from down here in the deep south. Okay, I don't actually sound like that, please. Only been playing since the very end of 9th. Okay. You and I, okay. It may still be the case that you and I have played for a similar time. It's just that I was not playing for so long. Acetone. Yeah, that would do it. That'll be how you get out. You posted on Instagram. Hey, if you have an Instagram, I don't have an Instagram, so I can't follow you. But if you do, you saw him, you know where to find him. I showed you earlier, but you can, yeah, screw it. You know what? Here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do. Here's what we do. There you go. Click back into it. I do kind of want to see your hand, your glued hand. Oh, my goodness. Oh, I can't. Instagram, log in. No. Okay, never mind. I can't show it then. I mean, I can show it. It's just the smaller picture, smaller version. I have, if we count YouTube as social media, I have YouTube. I have Twitter, which I'm trying not to use as much. I have Facebook, Facebook, but I basically just use that for Messenger nowadays. And I might, maybe, be able to pull up my old MySpace back in the day, if I could remember what email I had it under. And that's as much as I have for social media. So I don't have Instagram or Pinterest or what other stuff that I totally know about. No, your accent isn't that thick. Well, thank you. Didn't want to go south. No, fair enough. Fair enough. We're a ways away then, I'd imagine. Oh dear. Whale. Found an old 80s song called "It's Time to..." You would, Senator. You would be the one to find that. No glue for you. It's mine. My lunch. Also, very much a you thing. Maybe. Maybe. Alright. You're done, son. For now. For now. We'll get back to you. I am probably going to glue the feet on, actually, before I can say I'm done. Just because with this one, I can't think of a reason I'd ever want to... It's not very flexible, so I can't change its pose all that much. So I might as well just have it glued down, make it a little bit more secure. Maybe. And then... I could... Let's see, it's not even 9 o'clock here. I could try to put together some of the stuff from the the other Start Collecting kit, the third Start Collecting kit. But now that you mentioned that about the magnets, I might want to go with that, actually. I could at least get started on the troops. if I don't do the battle suits, at least the troops. If you don't spend your college tuition money on figures, are you really a Warhammer fan? So genuine, I know you're joking. Genuine answer to that question is yes, because one, there's already like a metric ton of lore people can get into, and there's some people that just get into the lore, and two, they got them some video games, and some people that don't actually play the tabletop game play the video games. Cool, well and good. That also does it. Just like there are some D&D players that are Baldur's Gate players. They're not actually the tabletop D&D players. They just play Baldur's Gate. Well, okay, I guess it's a greater version of that. You're up in Pennsylvania. Same time zone though, okay. Fair enough. I believe you about it sucking though. I think I will at least put the troops together. Yeah, I think so. Also, put dish back up. Oh, and the decals. I'm never too into doing all the decals though. Yeah, I'd rather just paint on. Paint on, you crazy diamond. However, I could add them after I paint if I would like, just for that easy texture, I guess. An easy way to put an emblem rather than painting the emblem right onto it. Maybe. There we go. Alright, bud. Good boy. Alright. Reason you wouldn't want to glue it to the base is what you plan to do in terms of... Oh, we talked about that earlier. You're right. Thank you. You're right. We did. You are correct. Lying down on the job. Alright. We did. No, abandoned Warhammer since Anti-Fan Project Act. Emperor Tabletop Simulator is kill, me angry, me become Blood Angel. I don't know what Anti-Fan Project Act is. But knowing you, my friend, who knows actually. Ah, this is Lotus. This is the one at the end of the album. End of the first album. I'm measuring my stream length in terms of how many loops of this we do. It doesn't feel like it, but we've been on 3.5 hours. 3.5. Alright. This is old, but I'll take a look through this really quickly. So Fire Warriors for the Strike team, a Breacher team. You can design them either way. Yeah? Okay, and then the battle suits, by the way. The bodyguards are over this way. If I do put these to... No, these I'll wait. So, for reference sake... Oh no, they are using different weapons already. Ah. I thought that I had made them up all for range. Optimized for range. At least back then, back in the day, let's go back here really quickly. Wait, yeah, burst cannon, 18 inches, assault 4, well and good. Hold on just a moment. Hold on. Yeah, leadership is different. Other than that, all their other stats were the same back then. No, that's wrong. A is one higher as well. Yep, that's right. Same strength. Take the place of a 1 Christ. Yep, good. Burst cannon. Yeah, so they all have burst cannons in this. Nope. Here we go. That's more like it. Nope, here we are. Plasma rifles, missile pods. Here we go. Burst cannon is by default, but it gives you other options. The furthest reaching option that these suckers have, these puppies have, is 36 inches on the missile pods. Assault 2, D3 damage. Oh, that's well and good. I like it. I do. Yeah, honestly, let's just wait to do these until we have magnets so that we can swap them out. I like the idea of being able to switch them around on the fly. Sure. And plus I can use them for whatever other game I get into as well. That seems alright. Their shortest option's a flamer, but I don't think that's a thing people use. It automatically hits its target. 8-inch range, though. I mean, this is like if you were one of those people, if you know Custom Robo, you know that game from the early 2000s, it was on the GameCube. That was a make-your-own mech game. And one of the strategies people would use back when there actually were tournaments is that you would get the small fry one that was really, really fast, and you'd give it a shotgun, and you'd find a way to run up to your opponent and shoot them. You play Doom, basically. You play isometric Doom. That's what that feels like. It does a bunch of damage, and it stuns them for a while, so you can get even more damage. It's silly. And their movement, I mean, it's 8-inch movement, and they fly. So, I mean, it's not impossible to get in, but, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that that's quite what I want to do with them. But, yeah, we'll put the battle suits together later. For right now, Scooch. Oh, and one of the reasons for using a shoebox for them, as awful as that is that this one's a little bit wider than the box itself, so it's a nice way to hold it. Scout TF2, but yes, actually the Scout TF2. Yeah, pretty much. Crisis suits just got changed 3 kinds. Star Scythe can have burst cannons or flamers. Burst cannons? Okay, so burst cannon's the default. I just moved you over here. That's the default one. They can have burst cannons or flamers. Sunforge can have 2 fusion blasters. Right. Okay. Fusion blasters, 18, Salt 1. I'm assuming that that's the same. Surely that part's the same. Can anything have a missile pod by chance? Fire Knife can have missile pods or plasma rifles. So those are the range ones then. It's 36 and 24 respectively. Each crisis suit gets 2 weapons. Okay. Let me see. Look through. Burst cannons or flamers. 2 fusion blasters. Missile pods or plasma rifles. I think that looking at the units that I have here... Oh wait, you don't even have your weapons glued on yet. You have the missile on the back, but you don't have anything else. Ah, okay. There's probably a reason for that. There is definitely a reason for that. In fact, I see some of your weapons lying down there. Okay. Yeah, there's a reason for that. It's indecision. Some of them do have their weapons already put onto them. For example, this guy already has his burst cannon right here. Although, from what you just told me, I don't think you can have a burst cannon and a fusion blaster, right? You can have plasma rifle, I meant to say. Plasma rifle. Goodness. This is yes, I don't disagree. I put these together long enough ago. I had never even heard of magnetizing. Wow. At least it was fun. It was fun putting them together. And that's what's most important. Even though now I'm screaming in how suboptimal that would have been. No, it's fine. Okay. If we do battle suits today, we are not going to actually do the weapons themselves. Nor will we glue them to the base. Make it a little bit easier to paint them later on. Okay, and base them. Bet all those weapons are different now. Each type of suit has their own benefit though. Okay. Oh, I need to just pick up a codex at some point. Or borrow or buy a codex off. I don't know that I'd like to buy another. I don't know. I was just talking earlier about trying to get into another tabletop game. I'm sure that it's available online. I can at least look for the purpose of getting the points and figuring out what units I can make. Alright, here we go. Strike team. Oh. Here, let's look in the Italian section on the back. We're looking at 36 inch. Yep, 36 inches. I'm okay with that. See, I know what some of the words are even if I don't know how to say them. Alright, there we go. So the pulse rifle they have is 30 inches. That's... I mean, it's not bad. I'd like to think. 30 inches. Oh goodness. Hit them from space. That's the goal anyway, hit them from space. I hope marker lights still work the same way. Hey! Hey, Knight, you're still here! Trying to figure out what I'm putting together exactly. Who even knows? Certainly not this guy. Alright. Okay. Yeah, we can start putting charities together. Just the strike team. For now, just the strike team. Hold on. Those sneezes that have to wind down over time. That's always fun. Alright. There we go. Just got it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate if you'd send those pictures. That would be awesome. Got out of work and I'm dropping a friend off before going to do... Okay. Oh, I see the little heart there too. Thank you. Just got out of work, dropping a friend off before going to do laundry. So my washer machine is actually broken right now. I'll need to join you. This is the one that's already been opened. It's so heavy. Wait a minute. Let me make sure this doesn't have extras in it then. No, that's it. It felt heavier than the other one. Yeah, get all the way through it and then realize you have the wrong one open. Marker lights are very... Oh god. Sending a heart barrage, thank you. I appreciate it. Posted their stats in the Discord. Alright, I'll check them out in just a quick second. Nom 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 nom. Oh dear goodness. There we go. Alright, here we are. Now, this one. Build breachers. Strikers don't say... Okay. Okay. Here, before I actually decide what to build, let me take a look at all of that. Oh yeah, they're always on the bottom. Way on the bottom. Alright. That means I'll end up having 2 breacher teams and a strike team. Because right now we have 1 of each. So that if we play a low point game, like just start collecting sets for instance, I can do one day and one the other. What am I... There is also Kill Team. I never got into Kill Team, but you're right. Some of Tal's best team. Fair enough. Fair enough. That, you know, I'm gonna take your word for that. Breachers are busted. Oh, goodness. Alright. Here we are, Breacher team. Wait, hold on. Hold on. No, this is going to be out of date. Let me look through here, what you sent me. Oh, those are the battle suits. Fire Knife, Sunforge, and you sent me Star Scythe earlier. Oh, geez, those hands. Oh goodness. Oh no. Oh no. Let me make sure I didn't just mute myself here. Breachers. I know this is this is a previous edition, so this won't say all that much, unfortunately. Oh goodness. I'm trying to see what the differences are right now. Probably will end up just putting breachers together then. Normally I like optimizing for range, and I think the breachers, they use the 18-inch weapon, right? Instead of the long rifle. Yeah, just put breachers together. I'm going to take your word for it. Let's see. Pulse Carbine, Assault 2. Assuming that's still the same. But I see Pulse Rifle and I want to do it. I want to do it. It's worth having a unit of strikes. 20 to 30 breachers. Okay. So this will give me 10. Okay, so that'll give me a total of 20 breachers. 20 breachers and 10 for 10 strikers. Okay, fair enough. Oh, sorry. No wonder, I'm in the wrong section. This one's for strike team. Wait. Where are the stats for the breacher team? Okay, so what's going on here is that on here it shows, you know, Fire Warrior Strike Team, Fire Warriors Breacher Team. When you go to the back though to look at the stats, it only shows Strike Team. Now, these are different languages, so again, English, French, Spanish, German, Italian on the back. It doesn't actually have stats for the Breacher Team on here. I don't know. There's a technical term. Alright. I can at least get started. So go to 10. Holy moly. Yeah, just a few of these. That's all, just a few. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember the joy of cutting these things out. Oh, there's no easy way to cut them out. These knobs get in the way. I will eventually remember, Knight. I was asking earlier, you said you had Death Guard, and I know you have Death Guard. I thought you also had Orcs, too. Just once and for all. Is that not right? Do you not have Orcs? Maybe it's just that we've talked about them a bunch, and that's maybe where I'm getting it from. Nailed it. Just like that. Just like that. Nice. I already know that this one's going to have some extra I'll need to cut off separately. Yeah. You get the tongue click of disappointment. Alright. Clean enough. And then another one. Don't know about tactics, just threw guardsmen and tanks at the enemy until... That's how Imperial Guard works. You just hurl bodies at them until eventually they die. That's why the guard always wins, right? You're expendable. Always wins. Like someone making a set of Imperial Guard went and showed the picture of their units, and it was just one of those $5 plastic soldier sets you get at the toy store. That's all, just those. It's great. Alright. They are that expendable, alas. Alright, and then it's 13. I need 2 13s. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Yeah, interchangeable parts. Okay, no, this is where they start. Okay, good, 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 good. Excellent. I'm doing my part. Good reference. Good meme. Good reference. Alright. 16. Yep, altogether 10. Okay, cool. I don't know how much it matters, necessarily. Do wish that we got more of the one where they're facing right out, though. Ah, well. So, number 1. Where are you? Where are ye? Yeah, there's no way you'd be down here. That makes... I'm blind. Let the record show, I am blind here. Ah, there we go. Never mind, just ignore me. I know what I'm talking about. Totally. Oh, just like dogs, Touhou also have that toe that's way on up above their, oh. It's way above the ground. It doesn't come anywhere near the others. It's like a vestigial toe. Maybe it has a purpose, just not one that I'm aware of. This one does sound like a beach, doesn't it? No, YouTube. I said beach. Nothing else. Here's another 40. No, YouTube. When I finish with the stream and auto captions has to figure out what I just said, starting it out with no YouTube is surely going to do me favors. Surely. No way that could go poorly. Go. 340s. 241. It gives me more than 10 though. 10 bases, but more than 10 poses. Let's see, how many are there all together? Ah, okay. Okay, so I can make... There are 13 possible poses. 3 of them can be that crouching style. I don't dislike that. And that would avoid me having to put together the 2-part ones. But those stand awfully tall, so I might actually want to. So let's see. 3, 6, 8. Well, I don't know. Which units do you have including non-built ones? Oh boy. So altogether, I have including non-built ones. So I have 10 strikers, 10 breachers. We're about to make 10 more breachers, so it'll be 20 breachers. I have 6 battle suits. If we want to use the way that they described it back then, it was 2 chasuis and or 4 chasuis and 2 chassephrés. So like the difference being one has the latter has more leadership and agility. I forget. No, armor, not agility. Armor. You genius. That's what A stands for. But cost more points, and you can only have up to 1 in a unit. I have ethereals, but I've used them a grand total of 1 time. There's the missile pod systems, infinity marker drones. Seriously, it's looking through there. I think it's like 5. No, it's not that many. If there are 2 that come in each set, it would be an even number. So maybe 4 markers, 4 shields, 2 missiles. I might not have any. Nope, there are guns. So is it 4 markers, 2 shields, 2 guns, 2 missiles? Missile drones, not missile pods. I have 2 missile pods. And then a broadside. So there we go. Not too terribly much, but good value at least. Good value for my units. I'd like to think. I cut out 2 42s. I'm trying to get the ones that stand tallest. Oh, he says as he cuts his finger off really quickly. Most important thing you can do, cut your finger. Let's not actually. No, YouTube. Again, no. T1GlistenerElf does not support the cutting off of your own finger. Or anyone's finger for that matter. Sometimes talking to YouTube feels like talking like to the malicious genie that whatever wish you make, you better make sure you word it like a lawyer. Otherwise you're in trouble. I don't like the one that leans back like that. Yeah, let's do 45 and 46 twice. It's a little bit more work, but it's worth it. It'll be worth it. And I can have them drying while I'm cutting out the others. There's 45. 46. There we go. Okay, good, good, good. Let's see. How long am I going to go at this tonight? Place your bets. Alright. There's one. There we go. I will see what you're typing in just a second. Give me just a moment. Un momento, por favor. Let me just fire it. Flies off. There you are. And then the 45 to go with that one. This whole album sounds like something you'd hear at the beach. I'm here for it. Well, this one does anyway. There's 8 albums back to back, you see. Here we go. Alright. Click. There we go. That's a solid start. If you ever do get more, get 1 to 2 devilish. Oh, is it devilish? I don't know what that is, I'm afraid. I'm sure that's one of those that if I saw it, I'd know exactly what you're talking about. Alright. Do not glue the components. No kidding. Alright, let's see. Slow and steady. Well, sometime. Maybe. To be honest, I actually don't even know how many points. I don't have a good estimate for how many points all of that is. The short summary of it is 3 start collecting sets from 8th edition and a broadside. I think that each start collecting set back then was approximately, no, it changes depending on your build exactly, but approximately 1,000 points each. I think that's how they were scaled. Each one was supposed to be about 1,000 points together. About. Thereabouts. Having the glue this close to my face is not a good idea. Fun fact, kids. Your feet are not even. You're going to have a bit of a hard time touching the board. The base, rather. Buddy. Yeah, I got bad news for you. Oh dear. Autocorrect. Oh, okay. Good. I have no room to judge on that. Absolutely none whatsoever. I think if they're breachers, I wouldn't like to have... So one of the poses has them all down like this. Every other one is standing up. If they're breachers, I would think that they would be moving. And so I think I would like to use the 10 that have more or less standing poses. I think. Sure. Let's go with that. Just for flavor's sake. So, 2 41s and a 43. Alright, here they are. I would be curious to have an idea as to about how many points that would be. I know that you can't give an exact number because it depends on how I kit them out, how I load them out, but something in the ballpark. If you happen to have an idea, if you happen to know. I would not be against that. It's on this sheet. There you are. Although the crouching one is the coolest. I don't think it's particularly close. Oh, that one's just going to be a pain to cut out no matter how I do it. If not, no worries. It's all good. Alright. These I would like to glue down to their bases first. Once these go down, they're never coming up anyway. I'm not going to be changing the hips on these. I don't think that they matter too terribly much. Poor things. Alright, perfect, 10. Okay. Sometimes they give you extra pieces. I think just so that you can't complain, hey look, you didn't give me enough, give me a refund. But they don't do that for bases, unfortunately. And by they, I don't mean Games Workshop. Games Workshop might not do that. Alright. Let me set these over on the side, on level ground. That'll be JUGs. That'll be fine. If you don't have an idea for point total, that's okay. That's something I can look up after this, after the stream. Which I should do anyway. Or a point, goodness. An idea for point total, I should say. An estimate, there we go. That's the word. Estimate. So it's 9 strikes. Oh, 10 strikes. Yeah, not strike. Yeah. 10 strikes. You're correct. You were right. I was thinking the battle suits when you said strike. 10 strikes, 20 breachers, 9 crisis suits. Although, well, actually, I don't know how the rules work now. Back then, how is it worded? I don't remember exactly how it was worded, but functionally, if I made my commander an ethereal, I could not also bring a Chazray, and vice versa. So if I brought a Chazray, I could not bring an ethereal. If that's not the case anymore, and I can bring both at the same time, sweet. But back then I could not. In fact, when 8th edition first came out, you could have a commander in each unit, instead of one per army. Which was... it wasn't broken, but it was unfair. If that makes sense. It was one of those that felt like it sort of broke the normal rules of the game. It didn't strictly make Touhou weaker. You had fewer points as a result, so you could run other units in place of it, but it certainly didn't help. It did kind of hurt. Get in place, would you? Yep. Alright, yeah, 10 strikes, 20 breachers, 9 crisis suits, an ethereal... Oh, and the broadside. And 400,000 missile drones. Or drones altogether. Although you said that the drones are, you don't even have to have them on the field anymore, so that, I guess that's not a thing anymore. Yeah, in that case, I don't know. Back in my day. Oh god, that's ugly as sin. Hold on. Just has this gaping gash. Well, cut that off real quick. As I mentioned before, this is probably as many units as I'll have for quite a while, so whatever number you give me is going to be it for a hot minute. Because it's expensive to keep up more than one, well, call it a whale hobby at a time, and having 2 different war games at a time is going to be a problem. Oh, you can now have both. Good. With points as they stand now, it's 910 points. Crisis suits are about to go down. So much for you being 1,000 points each. Either that's changed drastically, or I was just way, way off. It could also be the case that I was counting all of them back then, counting all of them together and just not remembering that I counted them all together. Yeah, broadside. Yeah, that's right, broadside as well. 910 points. I have been told by granted one, so great sample, mother of all sampling biases, right? Of the guys over at my game store, that in his opinion, it seems as if the rules have been dumbed down a bit. I don't know how true that is. Let's go with these suckers next. One of the folks there that you get the impression has been playing since 0th edition. Oh goodness. Zeroth edition. Very technical term. I might not have given it quite enough. No? Alright, hold the line. Touhou are one of the armies that I'm sure you know, but in light of recent conversation, Touhou is one of the armies where males and females both fight on the front line. Humans have those too. Imperial Guard, for instance. although there aren't very many, as far as I'm aware, and I'm not a guards player, so someone who is could tell me I'm wrong and, you know, take their word for it. I'm not aware of many female models, but unlike Space Marines, there are female guardsmen. Tau are the same way. Everyone is expendable. Everyone is, well, cannon fodder, essentially. And I don't think that Tau are as sexually dimorphic as humans are, meaning that they don't have as many secondary sex characteristic differences as humans do. I think. Maybe. Exactly 1,000. Hey! Exactly 1,000 points. A 3-man crisis suit unit is 200 points, and because they're going to go from 3 to 2 weapons, their points are going to go down. Yeah, that's right. Back when I was doing it, you could have 2 weapons and the missile system as well. I'm assuming it's like, you say from 3 to 2. I would assume it's like that now. It would cost you more points, but you could basically have 1 extra shot, and I mean 1 shot. You only get to use it once per battle, just on your shoulder, which is why this one, for example, has 3. 1, 2, 3. That's why it has that. It's just a once per battle burst. If you had a really high impact target you needed to take down, you'd spend it on that. That was the plan anyway. Jeez. Yeah, just keep at it. Keep on trucking. Can't stop, won't stop. I can feel myself getting tired, though. Slowing down a bit. Unfortunately. So I'm not alone in my house, right? There's something that's been happening for like a year, and it's... Uh-oh, Senator. You're about to start us off on a creepypasta here, aren't you? Everyone simultaneously wakes up at exactly 3 a.m. Okay, that's the best creepypasta I've ever heard. And this is why we love having you around, bud. I just want you to know. You also get the tongue click of disappointment. I had a realization when I was thinking about Warhammer lore. Someone who knows much, much, much more about it could tell me. Alright. So, I would think, unless they have access to the gene seed themselves, Chaos Space Marines, over time, their numbers would get smaller and smaller and smaller. So the Chaos Space Marines are awfully powerful, of course. I mean, they're Space Marines, of course they're powerful. But unless they have a way to replenish their numbers, either by having the gene seed or pulling from other factions, I don't think that there's a way for them to get new members. So everyone that dies is a permanent loss to a Chaos Space Marine faction. Now, if that's the case, remember the Horus Heresy was 10,000 years ago? And yeah, Space Marines can live for approximately, yes, years. But I would still think, over time, as they have skirmishes, you know, they're in the Eye of Terror, as they have skirmishes, they'll lose more and more members until eventually... Oh, these are uh-oh. Uh-oh, okay, no. This one is not viable. It's too crooked. That one's crooked too, though, so... Am I just doing something wrong? Yes. When in doubt, yes. Whereas Tyranids, Orcs, Tau, regular Space Marines, Guardsmen, definitely Guardsmen, they can all replenish their numbers. Actually, I say definitely guardsmen, definitely orcs. You know what? It's not even. The cement is filling the gap. I can't say that I like it. Alright, there we go. That'll do. However, someone that knows about Chaos Space Marines could tell me more. From what I understand, giant freaking asterisk here, but from what I understand, Chaos Space Marines all got their start in the Horus Heresy, as they were each having to retreat into the Warp, retreat into the Eye of Terror. From the Thousand Suns all the way on. So if that's the case, I'm not aware of a way that they can get their numbers back up once they lose somebody. It may be possible, and I may just not be aware of it. Alright, remind me in the future never to use this type of foot soldier again, or the feet again. These are terrible. Trying to give it the illusion of walking, and instead just being a pain to glue down. Problem is that the feet aren't level with one another. I'm so worried I'm actually going to fill the gap a little bit. Just worried about them getting knocked over. That's a lot more than I'd like to use. We'll make it work. So you can probably do some epic pranks to do cheat seats. Epic pranks. That's a very technical Warhammer term. In the far future of the 41st millennium, there are only pranks. It's just a prank, bro. That's the end. Horus gets stabbed by the Emperor and stabs the Emperor. It's just a prank, bro. Oh dear goodness. Horus gets caught with Sanguinius body by the Emperor. It's just a prank, Dad! Alright. Horus Sanguinius. Close enough. Remind me again, never ever use those. Oh, and this one's going to be worse. This one's probably only meant to touch down with one foot. Let me look at the art here. If I have it touch down with two, big if. I'll need to use one of the ones that's facing up. No, I don't. They're breachers. The guns don't extend as far out. Okay, actually I might do that. Have the trooper equivalent of Yeetmeister over here. Can't believe Horus tased the Emperor as a prank. That's a technical term for it. So close to death that you have to sacrifice 1,000 psychers a day. And that psychers don't grow on trees in order to stay alive. And if I remember correctly, I think technically the Emperor doesn't have to stay alive, but if he dies, then humans don't have access to the warp anymore. And we're as far now from getting access to the webway as we were 10,000 years ago. So, yeah. Maybe don't let the Emperor die. Oh, that's how it's meant to fit down. Maybe don't let the Emperor die. Man, this sounds like sexy time music. which is the opposite of what you expect from a Touhou community. No, just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'll have this one be the leader, I guess. Alright, hold still, bud. Alright. Next page. Here we go. How many of those do we have? Oh my goodness. All of them. We have all of them. 50, 49, looking for 48. Now, as we have established, I am blind. Oh, they're on this. Surely? 47, 48, okay, good. As we have established, I am blind. Emperor text-to-speech did touch on that, and it's hilarious. It's funny until he gets Nintendo style. Just wait for it. Unfortunately. Oh dear. I'm actually... Now that I think about it, I can't think of all that many people that have made AI voices for like, Nintendo characters. I'm sure that they must exist, but not that I'm aware of. Now that I think about it... maybe it's just a function of what gaming circles I run in, I suppose. Well, this might be easier to cut from the other side, Jay. Nah. No, never mind. We're good. We're as close as we're going to get. Close to good as we're going to get, I guess. Good God. How many more G's can I fit in there? GG. No re. Aha. There we go. Something that I've just taken as inevitable, Senator, is that if you haven't already done so, one day you are absolutely going to surpass me when we play Strive together. It's just bound to happen because, frankly, you keep playing, and I do not. I just play with you pretty much. Now I play other fighting games, you've even seen me do that lately, but as far as Strive specifically is concerned, and all of its peculiar mechanics, faultless defense, roam and cancel, if you haven't already gotten past me, you will. And that's the T, so no. Go. Just pop them all out one after another. And what's that lady from 17 and counting, or 19 and counting, or 19 and counting, or Duggar, Miss Duggar, that's what it was. Of all the random things to talk about during a building stream, let's talk about the Duggars. No, actually, please, no, let's not. Here we go. Right? Nope. I like this one too. Though I don't think I'm as familiar with this album. Oh, right on my ankle. I'm surprised. Now maybe I've inoculated my audience against this a little bit. I'm surprised I haven't heard anyone make a foot comment yet. Which does not mean that you have permission to start. Also, my feet aren't visible right now. That's probably 12/10 of it. Alright. Yeah, we're missing one. And it's not on the page. Hey! Oh no, feet. Alright. Nah, I'm not playing it fair enough. My favorite Nintendo character, Kazuya Mishima. Sonic the Hedgehog for me. Gotta go fast. I don't play Ultimate. I don't know. I understand Sonic has a really defensive play, not defensive, annoying playstyle in Ultimate. Especially online. Okay. And then it was 9. Pull out the Herman cane. 999. No, not this piece. This piece. This piece is what all true warriors strive for. Guilty Gear strive for. Two, 3, 4. If I don't know a fighting game, or don't know it very well, or don't practice it much, etc., I play fighting games enough. It's usually not enough, but I can at least do something by just picking up the Shoto and playing the Shoto. So playing the Ryu or Ken of that game. Which is why, even though he wasn't my main back when I was playing it, Baiken was my main. I could just play Kai, not know how to do his super, but know the general way that you play a Shoto, and be more or less okay. More or less. Oh yeah, that's right. Its flourish is different. This is, you and Owen was her. It's the it's that. Now that I think about it, I really should know this much more than I do. Embodiment of Scarlet Devil was my first Touhou game. And while it is so old that I haven't played it very much, and it's not my favorite, it's pretty good. It's on up there. Can't complain. Let's not forget the most memorable Nintendo character, Sans Undertale. I remember when people were saying that Sans was in Smash Ultimate, thinking that was a joke, thinking that people were pulling my leg. I still do. You all were lying. No. Alright. There we go. Alright. About to take a quick restroom break here in a moment. Killer Instinct does have a free version. Ooh. Daily rotating characters. Is it on... Well, it's Killer Instinct, so... I assume it's on Steam. I assume. For a while, Microsoft didn't have its games on Steam, and then they had to come back because you lose a lot of customers if you don't. Yeah, I'm going to take a... Steam and Windows. I'm going to take a quick little break. If you give me just a moment, folks. Eeny, meeny, miny. I will be right back. Can't say how much longer I'll be going. I do have work in the morning. But I'd like to at least put this breacher team together. Breacher team. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Looking at the gun poses, trying to figure out what I'm going to do for the guy that's running. It'll be alright. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. It'll be alright. Okay. I'll need 2 of the 13s to go along here. I said this earlier. I can feel myself slowing down though, so I will do my best. Keep myself afloat. Let's see. No promises, but I'll try. There we go. I don't know if there's anybody over at Tapstart that even still watches me anymore, now that I think about it. Random topic, I know, but it's something something I'd been thinking about earlier. 16 is next, so I'll glue these so they can be drying while I'm at it. I'm working on the others. Let's see. I think you hold way on here by the knob. Not quite that far. Ooh. I'm actually not sure that I want to do this just yet then. Just to be on the safe side. Here, I'll put one of these together first. So, how many of these are there? 4, 10, exactly 10 guns. Okay. Okay. Turn into Ness. Why not? Okay. So this is 9 and 48 getting glued together. Man, this takes a second. I am realizing now this is going to take me a moment. Just because there's so many of them. I guess that's a good problem to have. Maybe. Doing anything about mold lines. When you say mold lines, remember I haven't done this in more than 3 years. I'm sorry, what do you mean? Mold lines. Yeah, I haven't put these together in more than 3 years. I'm sorry. I'm sure you've noticed, well behind on all of this. I hate to say, it's true. But at least you don't have to worry about me pretending to understand something I don't. 'Cause I can't hide it. I am the noob on this. Can't give the Darth Vader, no, I am the master. Absolutely cannot give that. A friend of mine's been trying to get me into some Star Wars games lately. So I have some Star Wars quotes here and there. Alright, I haven't even played Killer Instinct until like a month or 2 ago. Not an active fighting game player, at least not anymore. Okay, fair enough. I can't say that I am too terribly much, but I do like playing them. It's one of my favorite genres, overall genres of games to play. Unless we want to get into something weirdly specific like Souls-likes. Remember to thin your paint, because paint thinner is tasty. God, why? Why? As a Potemkin main, I can understand why you'd think no. No. That's glue. Be nice to the Potemkin mains. I've had 3 square meals of glue a day. Actually, I know that's the stereotype. Playing a grappler is, unless it's specifically World Warrior, is actually a pretty hard thing to do. It's a pretty mentally exhausting thing to do. Because in most matchups, the object is get in, which is not something that they tend to make easy on you. It's also tough being on the other side trying to prevent them, but you have to do that every matchup if you're a grappler. The one exception being if you're like up against a rushdown character, whose job is also to get in, but who doesn't grab. Alright, basically, sprue is made, by compressing 2 plates and injecting plastic. 2 plates, injecting plastic, yep. Where the 2 plates meet there can be mold lines. Small rigid yep, that's what I was earlier. If you're thinking of the same thing I'm thinking of, that's what I spent all this time trying to cut out. I see what you're saying. Yep, fair enough. Mold lines, which is a small rigid plastic in the model. Yep. I think I know what you're talking about. So, am I doing anything about mold lines? Basically, this. Click, 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 until I get it as chiseled down. Earlier you heard me mention I could try to sand it. I have done that before. I don't recommend it, but because, well, for one, it takes a long time to do if you want to do it well. For another, if you do it poorly, you'll actually grind down some of the area around it. That's the main reason you wouldn't want to sand. I don't necessarily mind, because I am careful. It takes a long time, though. And you do need to make absolutely sure you only get the area that you're trying to sand down rather than the area around it. Don't actually do that, though. There are better things to do. You can also use sanding sticks, but those work better for when you don't clip off the sprue, all of the sprue off the piece. Hobby knives, that's what you should do. That's what you should do. Absolutely. Yeah, I 100% agree. This is very much a do as I say, not as I do moment. It's not something I would rather trust my 9-year-old with anything that has to do with sanding over a knife. Just for right now, I would like her to keep all of her fingers intact. But otherwise, yes. If I give Evangeline a sanding stick or pad, I am just allowing that the area around it is also going to get sanded off as well. Unfortunately, you know, as you do. Most people scrape it off with a hobby knife. Usually find it on the breechers, legs down, each side, and the inseam. Oh, okay. I got you. I was thinking, wait, that's not where you find hobby knives. You find them in no. At first, I read that thinking you were going to tell us where you find it in the store. See, me am full of dismort. I think we've established. Very good. Very good. So, when I go over to my game store around here, Meeple Madness, one of the days they do Warhammer is Wednesday, which is also Yu-Gi-Oh! Day. See, I play Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic, and I'm trying to get back into tabletop games. Well, let's see. So that would be... Oh, and also a little Pokemon, but that's just with Evangeline. I don't play that on my own. I don't know what their other day is for Warhammer. I want to say it's Saturday, but that's also a Yu-Gi-Oh! Day. Thursday is EDH, or Magic. You can also find it on Wednesday, but it's mostly on Thursday. Friday is Magic. They do Pioneer for their Friday Night Magic. You know, yep, I already read that. Alright. Close that up until I have an idea. Trying to keep those apart from one another. To be honest, I like the idea of all of them having full helmets on, rather than any of them being exposed. I just don't like the look of that as much. It seems less realistic. Even though it gives you a better field of view. Presumably your gear is taking care of that for you. Just get 10 of the helmets. Yep. 10 helmets it is. There we go. I don't know. And then the others are all unhelmeted faces. I just don't like the look of that as much, personally. Personally. Doesn't look right to me. Ooh, nice. So essentially, I am using my flesh pliers as if they were a hobby knife, to answer your question. Whoever's on the piano here, they were having fun. I appreciate that. Alright. There we go. That's all of them. That's all 10. Make sure. Yep. I count 10. Okay. And then we give them antennae. To be honest, I don't remember if they have to, but I think, yeah, they all do. Okay. I don't have a strong preference as to which one they get. Other than that they all be the same. Signify they're on the same team. Let's see. So the options are... Oh, never mind. We won't be able to do all of them the same way. We don't have enough that are the same. Okay. There are 12 offered, and I need 10. I'll leave out... the widest one that doesn't have a diagonal to it. So there are 4 diagonals. Yeah. Okay. Everything else, though, just for look's sake. I just don't like the way that one looks as well. 1, it looks more like a gun than an antennae. 2, it's heavier on the back end, further from the helmet, which just looks wrong to me. Yes, I am overanalyzing things, which shouldn't surprise folks that watch me a lot. No siree. Alright. Let's see. So 34 first. Oh, nice job. Here. Let's place them together. I know me, I'll forget. Smart people wear helmets. Yes. Flush pliers. I know earlier I misspoke and said flesh. Yeah, flush. As in, flesh pliers just means that when you cut, they cut parallel to the thing that they're cutting. Flush. That's what that means. That's what flush means. You probably know that, and you just are mentioning that I pronounced it like a genius, like a moron. No. And we'll try to get the ones that have the same style, as best I can, anyway, matched up to the same legs, same leggings. Not 37. So 36 comes next. This is one of the more frantic songs in the base game. Game that the music takes its inspiration from. So 38 comes next. trying to have my fingers close enough that I can catch these, because they're small enough I could lose them, but not so close that they get cut. That would be slightly less than ideal. Flesh plier sounds like some Nurgle stuff. Yeah, there we go. They're so teeny tiny. Itsy bitsy. Teeny weeny. Alright. And then there was one. Got that 12-pack of that gorilla that you can only find walking along the Kashish transport path in Azerbaijan. I have no earthly idea, Senator, what you are talking about. None whatsoever. That makes way more sense. Thank you. I appreciate it. I could do one thing right every day. I am unfortunately limited to doing one thing. No. No. Okay. Let's see. Oh goody. This will be fun. So tiny. Ah, boy. For realism's sake, I'm going to try to get them pushed or angled as far back as possible. Hopefully, just barely above parallel with the helmet. Absolutely not necessary. But it's what... I don't know, I'm trying to treat these as if they were real soldiers as best I can. And the idea is that you want that to not necessarily be hit, but to still be above your helmet. Is the gist of it. I am about to glue my fingers together. No, okay. See, miracle of all miracles. He managed not to. Now can he set it down without moving? Dang it. No? No, that's fine. Dang it, Bobby. Bobby. Make sure you get the right helmet on, not the... Yeah, no, wait a minute, hold on. Let me make sure. Yep, it's the Breacher helmet. You're right. Yep, I'm on the Breacher page and it says it's Model Piece 2. Model Piece 1 is for the strike team. So, or you could do the ones that don't have a helmet and they can be for either one. Nope, we're good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Also, while I'm thinking about it. They do the same thing. Huh. Oh! I see what's going on here. Okay, some of these have a pistol and the rifle at the same time. Some of these just have the rifle. It's not a rifle, it's the... What's the Breacher's weapon again? Here, I can actually just answer that myself. Carbine. That's right. It's the carbine. Wait, no. Pulse rifle is for the striker. Carbine is for the breachers, I think. I think. No idea. I think? Yeah. Meow, He-Man. Meow. Oh, goodness. Strikes can have pulse rifle or carbine. Then what's the difference again? Breachers only have the shotgun. Oh, that's what this is. It's a shotgun, not a carbine. I'm so used to using the plasma rifle. Fair enough. Shotgun then. Or maybe it just worked differently. Probably not. Oh, almost a perfect fit. Have you ever played Lies of P before? the Pinocchio game? Pinocchio. There's a quote from the Emperor. I'm going to mess it up, but he's being consulted by someone about his relationship with the Primarchs. The Primarchs call him father, and he's not technically their father. He's their creator, he's not their father. And the guy asked why the Emperor allowed them to do that. And he actually mentioned, not by name I think, but he mentioned the story of Pinocchio. A long time ago there was a story of a wood carver whose creation came to life as a puppet, and you know what that creation would call its creator? Father. So it's about Geppetto and Pinocchio. The pumpkin spice coffee has unfortunately it's not as hot as it used to be. Rats. Shotgun and pulse carbine look very similar. Carbine had a second handle area. The shotgun only has one. Okay. Let me take a look really quickly. I believe you. I'm looking to see what the... Oh! I see what you're referring to. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, that will do it. Okay. That's what I get for only ever using rifles, because range. I don't know. I like range. I'm going to take your word that breachers are pretty good too, but generally speaking, I like to hit things from 12 miles away. I believe we've established. Although I think I've used a different number of miles each time I've brought that up. Alright. Homunculus in Full Metal... Like the homunculus in Full Metal Alchemist. I've seen that. I'm trying to remember a homunculus with a gun. That would be sick. Probably is sick. Homunculus in Full Metal Alchemist. I'm trying to remember. There's spoiler. There's sloth. There's gluttony. There's envy. Lust. Wrath is spoiler. Alright. Oh, in reference to the whole... Oh, father, thank you. Yep, I gotcha. That's correct. You're right. That is exactly right. Because enough time had passed since that went through, I didn't know what that was referring to at first. I'm glad these mostly are staying on their own, he says as he gets one that just refuses. Right, okay then. Attention to detail. Heck yeah. What I would do to have... Let's see, Roy Mustang didn't have a shotgun, he had the finger pistol. Yeah. Finger nuke, actually. Let's see. Separate these two. Get them as ready as I can be before I get started. So I hate to say, but after this breacher team, that's probably going to be it for the night, unless I do some very preliminary work on the battle suits, because, like you brought up earlier, thinking of making them magnetic so that I can swap the weapons out. Now thankfully, this wasn't intentional, but some of the battle suits that I have don't have weapons actually on their arms yet, so they can be made magnetic. Some, however, like you saw earlier, since they already have their weapons on, unfortunately, I don't have that choice. However, 3 of the 6 that are already put together don't have weapons, so that's okay, I guess. King Bradley, aka please stop sending prayers for my grandpa, he's getting too strong. You can yeah, I know you're right. I am admittedly worried I'm going to break them, but you are correct. I can. You are right. That's going to be all kinds of fun. It's something I don't look forward to, but I know I'm going to have to do it. So we're halfway done with the helmets. Yeah. Oh, he says as he immediately drops one. Yeah. Just don't want to break them is all. They're not cheap. I'm sure you've noticed. Oh, okay, that's better. Oh, you got stuck. This one got stuck to my finger. How are we getting worse at this with each go? Alright. Let's hold this in place. Got a bunch of second-hand models with weapons on them. Just use those flesh pliers. Yep. That's fair. That's a good idea. You're right. I think that's something that people don't tend to say often enough. We get you're wrong all the time, especially if you're actually wrong. But even if you're not, when people just disagree with you, I don't think that we are told you're right often enough. You can't do it too much. You shouldn't do it too much. You don't want to give someone an ego. But for most people, they're so far away from that that shouldn't really be a concern. And usually for the people for whom that would be a problem, you can probably guess it from their personality. Let's try to be a good person if I can. Most people don't take criticism well either. Most people, especially in this age of social media, are in echo chambers. You don't hear criticism all that much, unfortunately. We were talking about the whole Games Workshop thing earlier. I think most people in that debate are pretty much only hearing either from their own side or from caricatures or the worst representatives of the other side. And as a result, people aren't going to see eye to eye. Hold in place. It is pretty hard when you can demonize the other side, unfortunately, to take them in good faith. Not even you, that puts the blame on the person doing it, which maybe, I mean when other people are only showing you, when your echo chamber is only showing you one side. At least one side in good faith. Alright, almost done. Almost done with these. I'm a streamer. I'm going to get people telling me I'm wrong all the time. I'll get that quite a bit. Oh dear goodness. That's not a bad thing, though. To be fair, that's not a bad thing. There it goes. Hopefully I haven't waited too long. Hasn't dried yet. You mean Games Workshop trying to gaslight the community is so autistic they still point out inconsistencies between books made a decade apart? Yes! Yes. Yeah, the Warhammer community is quite special. Well, no. We're nerds. I mean, what do you expect? We're the ones that write fandom. Well, I try not to use fandom all that much anymore, but that's because of the company itself. But you know what I mean. We write wikias about the most inane things. We could write entire encyclopedias about this one little detail I mean, heck, I'm a Souls player, and I'm big into Souls lore. You know how many careers have been made on the back of writing lore for Souls games? One, Vati Vidya, but a bunch of people that aren't actually doing careers off. No. Smough Town and Loki and those folks. Aesir Aesthetics. Alright. I'm going to trust you, little buddy. I'm going to set you down. You're going to be alright. You are not going to immediately slide off. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Breacher helmets are done. Amen and hallelujah. Okay. Body's next. I can tell this is going to go well. So this one doesn't have a notch you can slide it into. So you just have to put the glue on and make sure you're in the right spot. Hold it in place. Hold me closer, Tony Danza. Wait. It's Tiny Dancer, but it's totally Tony Danza. Totally. Good. I'm going to need you. Ooh, it's not as centered as I would like. It's not as centered as I would like. Scooch everything down a bit. Make it less likely we'll bump into. Never mind, your food. Uh-oh. I'm food. Uh-oh, I missed something. Before you attach torso to the legs. Uh-oh. What did I do? I don't know it. Oh, you're good. Autocorrect got you. Okay. Autocorrect. That'll do it. Sure would like to read the English lexicon-sized lore of Souls, but I have to dig deep in item descriptions to find something like Aldrich's favorite snack, and then the autocorrect afterwards for your food. Perfect. Perfect. Alright. Yeah, Aldrich's favorite snack is Gwendolyn, which is coincidentally also Evelyn's favorite snack. Again, I've summoned Evelyn, if she's still here. Hey, here we go. I hope she's not still here, given the time. Alright. Let's see. Put the head on, yes. Put the head on last is absolutely right, yes. Couldn't remember if it's easier to put the arms on first. I think it's easier to do the arms on at the end. That way you can have the head looking in the yes. I agree, wholeheartedly. I did that with all of my others as well. You saw the one I sampled earlier. That is absolutely right. Next one, I guess. Alright, I'm going to risk it. I don't think that those absolutely need to be on the most even ground. I will regret. Yeah, it's fine. Ugly, but it's in a place that no one will see, so it doesn't matter. Good, good, good. Treat it nicely and delicately, he says as he immediately drops the piece. Alright. Make sure the belt is nice and straight. Specifically the belt. Alright, alright. Turn into Mr. Krabs for a moment. Alright. I like it. Turn it into an ice skating rink for sticking it on. Ooh. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Crisscross. Crisscross. Cha-cha, there we go. Cha-cha. Alright, these three go together. These two go together. I appreciate there's still 5 people watching me. I appreciate you folks. You're awesome like that. Thank you. That's still amazing to me. I had someone a bit ago who, in the process of trying to make me feel insubstantial, in trying to make me feel and trying to belittle me, there we go. Trying to make me feel disappointed, was having a blank measuring contest with the size of my audience. And that particular day, I had 91 people show up altogether. Now, we won't get that now because this is my first time doing a Warhammer stream. This is not what people normally tune in and see. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we don't get anywhere near that many. But still, that there are dozens of people that have tuned in to watch me put together Space Communist and listen to me ramble on about whatever. That is really cool. I really do appreciate it. You have no idea. 77 people, it says, have already tuned in. Jeez. I know that's nowhere near enough to make, say, like an income, for example, off of streaming, but imagine having 77 of your friends over to do something with you and to listen to you. That's crazy to me. Imagining that. Oh, goodness. I really do appreciate it, folks. Make my evening. This one's leaning so far back. It does genuinely look like it's about to fall over. Okay, so 1,000 points worth of Tau. What box is that? Oh, hey, Power Wolf. Okay, 1, awesome name. I like the band. I hope that's what that's a reference to. 2, this is the 8th edition Start Collecting set. Back when last I played, it was a good value set, and I even got one of them on, I think it was one or two, on clearance, so it was an even better value then. It was okay. I like to think it was alright. And other than that, I put together a broadside earlier. It's not glued to its base, but other than that, and it's not based or painted, I haven't done anything aesthetic to it yet. But other than that, this one got put together today. Isn't she a beauty? Or something like that, anyway. So, in other words, not anything that you could find on shelves nowadays. Nowadays, the current equivalent of this would be the combat patrols. And I can't speak to their value yet. I don't know how much everything is in terms of points. Although, again, I appreciate Phlogiston, there we go, not Phlogiston, Phlogiston MTG, for counting up the points that everything I have would be. I don't remember what all is in the Combat Patrol boxes for Tau. I'm assuming it's a pretty good value as far as a particular army is concerned. That makes sense. It's a good place for someone to start. Alright. There we go. Now that said, do not ask me, I'm not the expert about which specific which army you should get into, or even which pieces in the armies you'd get into. I don't know. I don't know enough about that. It's indeed a reference to the band also building that same set. Heck yeah. But the booked bigger on YouTube. Oh, looked bigger on YouTube. I don't know what that means. Slightly pulling my hair, magnetizing 40 to 50 different things. When I first put together my pieces, these, back in 2020, I didn't even know that magnetizing was a thing. And I wasn't going to put my stuff together today, except Warhammer came back up in the zeitgeist, I suppose, recent events. And I remembered, oh yeah, I have these things. I might as well put them, because I've had them for years now, and just haven't put them together yet. Well, there you go. Now I'm doing it. Always build Tau? I don't disagree. Not a single bit. Glad I bought a few combat patrols before the drama. Can assemble and paint everything guilt-free. Fair enough. Fair enough. I did not know the stats for basically anything here, though, because I have the 8th edition codex, but it's the 8th edition codex. A lot has changed. So for the teams themselves, for the drones, for the battle suits, you showed me the broadside earlier. Thank you, Flo. Oh, by the way, you mentioned, Flo, earlier that the colors don't matter anymore. They don't matter for abilities that your units will have anyway. Back in 8th edition it did, and they gave you different colors that you could pick out. So the names of these colors are the names for the official paints. I know that this is nowhere near. Let me bring them up. The official Games Workshop paints that you would be able to find at your game store back in the day. It's still probably out of focus, so I don't know if you can read that very well, but those corresponded to different factions. There you go. There you go. I guess if I were to do it now, I'd probably end up, if I didn't do something custom, like the green and brown camo look that I was talking about earlier, if I didn't do that, I'd probably go with the Farsight color scheme. But if you're familiar with D&D, you know how there's so many D&D players that say they want to play Drow, but they want to play the one chaotic good Drow in the entire Drow species, except everyone is playing the one chaotic good Drow. It's an entire race made up of people trying to overcome the reputation of their race. That's what it feels like when everyone wants to do Commander Farsight. So maybe I won't do the same thing as everyone else. Maybe. Yeah. Correct is the second best kind of wrecked. Alright, so let's see. There's a 16... Oh wait, no, let's put the arms together first. That's one reason I wanted to do this. Okay, so for the different... For the different leg positions, I want the guns to correspond to them. The ones that are standing least mobile are the ones that I want to have the gun right up, as if they're on sight. The more it looks like they're moving, the more I don't mind them having it down, further down. There are only 2 that go directly up to the eye. There's one that's close, but not exactly. I can live with that. Okay, so then the only one for which I have 3 is this. Let's see. Oh, this is unfortunate. Okay, so I have 10 units, and if I give each leg style a letter, I have 3 A's, 2 B's, 2 C's, 2 D's, and 1 E. Well, A and E they look like they're actively moving. If I have 3 that come up close, unfortunately that means that since the others are all an even number and are all 2 specifically, one is not going to match its neighbor. I am completely OCD like that now. Okay. Well, there's 6 different gun styles. 2 have 2, so that's 8. And then, oh, excuse me, 4 have 2, I should say. And then 2 of them are on their own. That's how we get to 10. Unless there are duplicates here that aren't mentioned in the construction book here. Oh, a little further down for my knees' sake. Farsight he is the good guy. You are correct. I don't disagree. But he is outside of the usual Tau realm, is what I mean to say. He's off doing his own thing, whereas the majority of Tau are in one of the... I like to refer to them as the pheromone factions, because Tau at least used to, unless this has been changed in lore as well, they used to be more or less controlled, almost as a eusocial species, by pheromones coming from the higher-ups, the leadership. A sapient pheromone species. Tau are weird. For reference sake, humans do technically have a pheromone sensing gland. I forget the name of it, but it is in your head. It's in the... it's by the nasal passage, I think, but it's heavily reduced in humans. And as far as I'm aware, I don't think people have come up with an actual mechanism by which an actual molecule that affects us as a pheromone. Maybe some that have influence, but not in this completely deterministic way, like you'd find in a lot of other species. This one's further down, so let's put it onto this guy. That looks wrong. That might not be the position where the hand goes, though. I can slide it. Ah, okay, that's better. Yeah, it doesn't go quite up to the knob. Okay, well. I remember this was all kinds of fun to put together. You have to be quick with the 3 places you glue it, if you want to get it in the perfect spot and not just be close enough. Alright. Here, let's do it in the hand. This can only go well. This is don't do it this way. In fact, you probably don't even have to glue the hand to the gun at all, or you could do it after the fact. I don't want to do it after the fact because then you can see the liquid cement more than you would, and I'm going to try to put points into aesthetics here. Yeah, downside to doing it this way is I'm going to have to be quick. So just that tiny little dab of it. He says, I'm going to have to be quick, as he takes his sweet time. Alright, good. I love this music so much. The game it's based on, too. If there's not a Warhammer bullet hell, but my goodness, I could see that. A lot of old bullet hell arcades back in the day were space games. You'd be a ship trying to dodge 8 million shots. Uh-oh. Okay, get in place. Alright. You know. Oh! Oh no. get the arm in the right spot. Oh, jeez. It's all messed up. Well... fine. Okay. Let me just sit here for just a moment. Yeah, this is why you don't do it that way, folks, by the way. Fun fact. Work smarter, not harder. Let's see. Tau is the first army I've had where I felt magnets aren't optional, just due to their sheer amount of easily magnetizable war gear options. I am discovering that. See, I went into Tau with an idea for how I wanted to play them, a specific style of play. Yeah, I realize I probably should have magnetized them back in the day so that I can more easily switch between styles, because there is that versatility to them. I went into them wanting to be a hit you from 6 miles away kind of guy. Hit them from as far away as possible. It wasn't even in question. There we go. And so my strike team, first thing it wasn't a question whether I was going to put a plasma rifle or a carbine on them. I want those 30 inches. I want to hit you from as far away as possible. Well, the ones that do have weapons, my battlesuits are all optimized for range. Obviously none of them are having flamers or anything like that on them. Oh goodness. I don't know that that was necessarily right in retrospect, but no, it wasn't. I'd rather have the customization so I can swap them from game to game. It gives them more replayability, I guess. Am I a Yu-Gi-Oh player, Flo? Yes. So I play Magic, I play Yu-Gi-Oh. I play both. I play Pokemon when I'm playing with my kiddo, but she's really the Pokemon player. And that's it? Question mark? Basically. I mean, I say that's it, as if that's not a decent bit already. Hold on. Me am to big smort over here. To big smort. Alright, there we go. That took entirely too long. Okay, asking if that guy who gave about your audience size. Oh, if it was as far as I'm aware, I don't think that was. I don't know what games. Oh no, it was definitely a Magic player. I am sure of that. It was a Magic player, because it was someone that brought up. We had someone in our community, in the Magic community, that at the time went by the name Unsleeved Media, but nowadays you would know them as the Quartering. They used to be a Magic player. Used to have what was at one point anyway, the biggest Magic the Gathering unofficial YouTube channel. They were banned from the game for harassing a player. I don't think she plays anymore, but a cosplayer. And it wasn't just like criticizing, it did definitely go too far. I will say, I don't think that that's particularly subjective at this point. Oh dear goodness. He was criticizing her too, but the way he went about it was far enough that it did dip into the realm of harassment. Ooh. Get on here. And this guy brought up the Quartering. And so, yeah. And also brought up a few Magic players too. I believe Spice and the Professor, and then there were 2 others that I didn't recognize that have YouTube channels. See, that's much faster. That didn't take anywhere near as long. It's not exactly perfect. I would like for this to be scooched a bit further back, but it's easier to do now. Thank goodness. Okay. Yeah. Oh, goodness. Was this a guy? I would have to look at them again. I think so. Quartering is a very huge channel and has switched from being obviously isn't magic specific nowadays, but is like a general culture war style drama channel, I guess. I don't know exactly how you'd classify him at this point. 16 and 17. You can't have Farsight and an Ethereal in your army at the same time. Yep, that makes sense. Because the Ethereals are the pheromone givers. Oh, goodness. I think I know who you're talking about. You might... Breaking news, Grow Man plays with toys. Maybe. Maybe. Recently, one of the more fun little adventures that Evangeline and I had, I got her a few Lego sets. And she just absolutely adores the heck out of them. She loves Legos. That was... When my sister was very young, she used to do Legos with us. And it didn't take long for her to, I guess, grow out of it, where my brother and I kept doing it. But because that fell on gender lines, I wasn't sure at first that Evangeline was going to be asking, nope, she's my kid. Of course. Of course. Before I cut this out, I want to make absolutely sure. Okay, never mind, we're fine. The one next to it, even though it looks very similar, is a strike team gun. Alright. Make sure that's right. Actually, CJ, no, wait a minute. I'm not playing with them yet. Goodness. Even if I don't end up buying more units, I would like to learn so that I can play with the units that I have, so they don't just sit there. Alright. Yeah, 16. Alright. Pretty alright. He's only in the Culture Wars category, do the same. I hope. I like to think he's gotten better. I very much hope so. And I take your word for it. To be fair, I haven't heard much from him in a while. So... I know he's one of those folks, he puts up 7,000 videos a day, however. Unless that's changed too. At one point anyway, you do like 3 videos a day. Which, to be fair, that is what you're supposed to do when you make content, in the general sense. You are supposed to work hard at it. You have a better chance of showing up in the algorithm if you're actually in the algorithm. And then do the do. Here you are, right here. Alright. Sent. Uh-oh. What'd I do? Really cool Lego. Hey, okay, you know what? I will plug as well, even though you're definitely not supposed to do this. I will plug a friend of mine. AIEE, friend of the channel. He does Lego streams every now and then. To be honest, I actually haven't seen them. He and I sometimes will stream at the same time, so unfortunately I don't actually get to watch him all that much. But I've seen his thumbnails, I've seen them show up a bit. That's Lego? Maybe it's just because my screen is awfully small, but I didn't actually know that I see it now. Okay, when I zoom in I see it. Very nice. Hey, very nice, my friend. Good on you. That's pretty cool. Very cool. Did you hear that Alex Jones came out against it? Wait. That is the most Alex Jones headline, actually. That doesn't involve frogs getting turned gay or something. What? Wait a minute. Alright. Wait. Oh, okay, I see. It goes up. Hold on. Yeah, this one, the arms actually go... No, it is still under. It is still cradled under it. Why am I having a hard time wrapping my mind around this? Why does this not make any sense to me? Okay. Because I had the gun upside down. That's why. I thought it was the left arm, and then the right arm was trying to grab it. Nope, it's the right arm with the gun. That's right, they're right-handed. J.U. Genius strikes again. So we're here trying to make the weapon work in the wrong hand. Alright, let's see. A lot of people in that scene have cleaned up their act and stopped trolling quite as hard. Okay. Fair enough, and that's also probably good for YouTube anyway. If you push the edge too hard, you're constantly on the verge of getting like a community strike. It's probably a good thing to do just for, even if you're just being completely selfish, and I'm not saying he is, but like even if that is what you're doing, that's a good idea regardless. Here we go again. Alright, before I do this, one more time. That's what it looks like. Alright. Once I get the glue on, I do need to hurry. So, sorry if I'm not checking chat for just a quick sec. That is a good thing, though. I want to give people the chance to change. Where would I be if I never got any second chances? Slipping. Okay, a little bit much. I'm going to have so much glue. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, it just fell apart on me. Uh-oh. Hurry. I know it's not the absolute end of the world, you can always just glue it later, but like to the more times you have to apply liquid cement, the more you'll see around it, and it just looks ugly. And yeah, you can use a hobby knife to try to clear it away, but you risk actually cutting the unit itself. Alright, there we go. Hold it for just a moment. I am curious. I see your most recent message. I am curious to know how exactly he came out against. I can say his name on YouTube, I think, right? Maybe, probably. Toothbrush Mustache Man. Let's go with that. Oh dear. Oh boy. Toothbrush Mustache Man. I am tired. I can definitely tell I've slowed down a bit. Okay, wait, before I do the next one, let's decide who gets which gun. Just a moment. Sorry, just a quick sec. The problem is that I have 3 pairs and 1 on its own, but only 3 guns that come right up to the head. Even if we stretch it just a little bit, there's one that's close-ish. I mean, it's near the head, but he's not looking down the sight. That's still 5, and that leaves us with 2 not. Alright. Sure. Well, let's make this one work. You get to be next, bud. So 20 and 21. Where'd you run off? Aha! Here we are. Now, as far as I can remember, CJ, I don't think I've ever heard you talk about miniature games like this before. I don't remember if that's something that you've... I don't remember that it's something that you've done. If you ever are wanting to get into it, I've been looking recently into some alternate games, and one that I came across, I haven't looked into it very much. By alternate, I mean not the mainstream ones like 40K. And one that I came across is called One-Page Rules, which obviously sounds like a beginner-friendly way to get into it. You'll still need models, but from what I saw, the PDF that I looked at, it's actually 2 pages. One was like the basic rules, and the other was a bunch of keywords. In Magic terms, they would be keywords. That might not be a bad way to get into it, if you would like to. If you'd like to. Alright, so same way, this person is right-handed. They're all right-handed. Yep, they're all right-handed. Yep. Just like that. Nailed it. Perfect. Alright. Now I feel like I don't know who you're talking about. Oh, CJ. I was talking about... Oh, you mean the other person on... we were having that conversation with. Yeah, I don't know. I can look them up. It's been a bit. Oh! Fun little detail. You never actually see this when you're playing with it normally, but you can see the inside of its hand molded on the gun. So on the outside you can see the arm, obviously because the arm connects, but the inside of its hand shows up on here. Turns out Touhou have 3 fingers and a thumb, 4 extremities. Or at least that's what it looks like on here. No, that's live long and prosper. Like this! They have this going on. It was not the quartering, though, that was talking to me on there. He is much too big to respond to me, I would think. I would think. Unless he's one of those people that, no matter the size, just responds to everyone. Maybe. Maybe. Alright, buddy. Buddy old pal friend of mine. Again I say, don't do it the way I'm doing it. My way is cringe. Technical term, cringe. Thought my hair might have gotten onto it. I would be less than happy, less than pleased with that. If that were the case. Oop, alright. Get the thumb lined up. Ooh. Hold on. Oh, we've made a lap around. You've heard all 8 albums if you've been here since the start. Ooh. Yep, we have gone all the way around. When I do one of these streams and I have these albums on in the background, that gives you an idea for how long I go. Let's have this one higher up. Yep, that's good. I can actually bring it a little higher up. No, let's have it parallel with the ground. Let's not move it too much, Jay, while it's supposed to... Jay, you genius. Alright, here we go. Alright, hold still, buddy. Let's keep them... I'll keep them lined up with the formation I had them in back there. Which means that these 2 are next. These are runners, so they get some of the ones that are facing downwards. In fact, actually, you know what? Let's do these next, actually. Okay. So these get 32 and 33. I think that they're on here. here. 30, yep, here they are. Do like that. I think it's called a rolling bass. You can hear the bass guitar in the back. Actually, I'm hearing it at a different volume than you all are, I think, so I don't actually know if you can hear that. It might be too quiet. Nice. Brilliant. You're going to find the craziest ways to fall on me. Fall for me. Tower falling for me. This one didn't quite get disconnected. Oh. Let me clean it up just a bit here. Pull it out just a mite. There we go. Sorry I'm not terribly talkative. Hey, you're back again! Speech 0, you're being naive. Speech 100, what a grand and intoxicating innocence! Yeah, same conversation, but... Or at least that's how it works in Fallout 3, where you can have the same dialogue option, but instead of being a, if you're past this number, if you're at or past this number, you survive, you get it. Instead, it's just... Do you get it? It's a roll. Same speech, but with a roll. Alright. I explained that awfully poorly. In Fallout 3, you give a speech option. You're given a speech option, excuse me, with a number next to it, and you roll to see whether you actually succeed at that or not. So I could say, I want to close your boots on your motorcycle, and roll. And sometimes that'll work, and sometimes it won't. And if it doesn't, I can just save and reload and try it again, which means the system doesn't really work. Oh dear. In practice, anyway. Alright. I know I'm almost done. I'm almost done unless I want to start adding. I do. They're breachers. I should add knives to them. Alright. Well. Everyone is right-handed. So this goes here, here, oh, Hebert, right there. Alright. Cool. New Vegas speech. Yes, I agree. New Vegas' speech is just better. For sure. The only way in which it's not better is a way in which it shouldn't be better, which is to say, you can cheese the ones in Fallout 3. So that you could basically not have speech at all and still get all of the speech options correct. Just by reloading. Thankfully, that's not how it works. You have to actually invest in the Fallout 4 system. And in order to skip the final confrontation, if you're using speech as your way of doing so, you actually do have to have speech all the way up to 100. Now, you don't have to. There are other ways to skip the final confrontation. But if you are doing it that way, you need speech all the way to 100. There's one that involves bartering. You have to have your barter skill high enough, which to be fair is a good skill even outside of just that. Also, New Vegas brought traits back, which is great. For anyone that didn't play the old Fallout games, traits are... I want to say traits like a D&D, but they apply to potentially more than just your characters. Some of them apply across the world. They add a new twist, a new rule to the game that lasts for your playthrough. Sometimes positive, sometimes negative, usually both. So it gives more customization to the player, how the experience will go. Get it higher up. It's too high. Perfect. Hold still, bud. It's starting to sag. It's not quite dry enough yet. Alright. Yeah, I missed some stuff. Also, if your character has a particularly low intelligence, some of your dialogue options reflect your character's utter stupidity. Fallout 2 did that as well. I don't know if 1 did, but 2 definitely did. There's a way to prevent the final confrontation screw around till you get bored, then never go to the middle of get to the middle of the game. Oh no. Oh no. Probably. Yeah. I've heard a bunch of folks say that I should try out, no, that's right, you're right-handed, Fallout New Vegas. I played Skyrim for over 400 hours to do absolutely everything, and I have to do multiple playthroughs to get all the achievements in Fallout New Vegas. So while it is a great game, I am sure, and I'm not going to buy into the whole... Recently, I've been made aware that Fallout New Vegas fans are obnoxious. I think it's people just talking about H-Bomber. No. No. The idea is that people who really like Fallout New Vegas are the kind of person to put down the other Fallout games as being worse. I don't think that that's actually true. I think that that's, for the most part, I think it's the kind of thing where you see a few people on social media say that, and 1 or 2 YouTubers, and people might assume that that's everyone. It's not. It's just different. Alright. There we go. Alright. Wait, did H-Bomber guys say something again? He made a Fallout... He made 1 1/10 Fallout New Vegas videos. He talked about New Vegas at the end of his Fallout 3 video and basically said it's everything Fallout 3 should have been. And then he made one that was about Fallout New Vegas where he just gushes over it the whole time. The second one did not feature, as far as I can remember, him saying the other games suck. But the first one definitely did. I mean, isn't it called, like, Fallout New Vegas is awful or something like that? Maybe not that, but something in the neighborhood. Alright. Is garbage, that's right. Fallout New Vegas, or Fallout 3 is garbage, and here's why. That's the name of it. Darth plagiarized. Did he turn another person's career into a crater? So, was Tommy Tallarico... I don't actually know what effect he had on Tommy Tallarico. I know that he made a video about him. Like, obviously the Andrew Wakefield one, he had already put his career into the wood chipper. Tallarico, I'm not actually sure, because I didn't hear much about him before or afterwards. James Somerton, on the other hand... Oh dear goodness. No, I'm not going to get started. I promise. I promise. Last Fallout thing I did was buy a precon and give the spares to my brother when I alter the deck. Okay. I am altering the deck. Pray I do not alter it further. No, fair enough. That's good on you. 24, 25. Yep, here they are. I don't see 25. It should be. Yeah, there they are. Okay. Darth plagiarize. Goodness. Nice and pretty. Even if you haven't played them, CJ, I know you know the Touhou series. Yeah, you've played them. You've played all of them. You've played more than I have of them. Yeah, this is all Touhou music in the background. If you'd like to buy the album, it's a fan-made jazz and blues album. Or albums, plural. There's a link in the description. There's a link in the doobly-doo. Yeah, you still have the Hollow Knight icon, but on Discord, it's Koishi from Subterranean Animism, the extra stage boss, which is to say, hard as nails in what is already a really hard Touhou game. I will admit, I don't actually remember beating Subterranean Animism on anything other than easy. I don't remember ever clearing it on even normal mode. If I did, I'd think I would remember it because that game was hard as heck. I would think that I would remember. Alright, there we go. And then there was one. Not actually played that many of them? My brother, we have to fix this. I don't know what you mean by that many. I will admit, I have seen far less Touhou content in the general sense. Seen fewer videos and memes that people put out. A lot less of the newer games, the new characters being in memes and whatnot. Since that large takedown of Moria Shrine, I haven't seen nearly as many, unfortunately. These. Here we go. Let's say... Alright, here goes. Do it this way, just get it all set. Ready as I'll ever be. But I'm gonna actually read this first. By the way, I'm not sure if you noticed, I'm playing Skyrim a bit now. I did not, I'm sorry. And then we occasionally send games back and forth to each other. Please don't send me the Anniversary Edition. Alright. Plan on modding. Oh, that's right! I will not. Okay. Good thought. I already have the Anniversary Edition, so that's already past me. Even though it's basically, when I bought it, it was basically just a bunch of mods I could have downloaded anyway. I went with the, I don't know, I'd like to support the company if I can, route. Buy it legitimately if I can. Well, yeah. And then it breaks mods. I only had one mod ever installed, and it was after my playthrough, and it was just a quality of life mod. Changed the menus and helped with load times, I think. There's a few little things here and there. Nothing major. I didn't make Iona particularly visible, let's say. Iona was my waifu in Skyrim because, you know, she was named after she had the same name as a magic card. Of course she was. Of course she would be. And also one that I actually played. I remember It Just Works. Until recently, mods did work on Anniversary. Then they recently nuked all of them. Yep. I don't think it's that they specifically nuked them, right? They changed something about the way that... Maybe it was. I thought there was something that in the code that changed such that it happened to break a lot of the mods. That it wasn't intentional, it was this that they were changing it, and the mods were messed up as a result. But I watch me be wrong. Whale. That's never happened before, right? Me being wrong? Never. Never ever. Couldn't be. They nuked Skyrim's script extender. That's what it was. Never mind. That's yeah, fair enough. Alright. Yeah. No, you're right. Fun fact, if you're familiar with the website Nexus Mods, it used to have a name that had to do with the Elder Scrolls series, but they changed it, I guess to avoid copyright, but also because it was getting mods for other games too. It used to host a bunch of Elder Scrolls mods exclusively. I may not be the biggest fan of Nexus Mods, but there aren't that many games in town. There's Nexus Mods, there's Game Banana, there are sites that only host certain types of mods, and there's probably more than that, but those are the only ones that I can think of off the top of my head. Try to get your shoulder flush. There we go. Hey, quick and easy. I may be getting slightly less awful at it. Not better, less awful. And then there were two. 28, 29. Are you on here? I don't think so. I don't see them anyway. 28, 29. 27, 28, 29. There they are. Okay. This is good. There we go. Click. 1, 2, 1, 2. Sometimes it's just easier swapping hands. Nice. Ah. Joy of having long hair. Alright. There you are, again. Yep, 28. There we go. I still don't understand how they do the numbering for this. It seems so arbitrary. Almost there. Again, this is like the 5th time. Oh no. Oh, that they've broken them. Yeah. That's what I've heard. You're right. You would think with how big modding is in Skyrim, it'd be easy to mod. It's the only other game with more mods, Minecraft. Yeah, nope. It reminds me a little bit of, at least at one point, it used to be the case, I don't know if it still is, that the game that had the most mods on it, the Guinness Book of World Records, with the game with the most mods, was Super Mario Bros. Or, wrong, Super Mario 64, excuse me, which is a Nintendo game. It is surprising to me because Nintendo is not exactly the biggest fan of people modding their games, or fan-made games, or people using their IP basically at all, or having no, you get the idea. It strikes me as odd because it's the company behind it that seems like it would be antithetical to that's continuing to be the case, but it continues to be the case. Oh goodness. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Here goes negative nothing. Negative nothing. Nothing. Time. About 9:20. Well, we're actually almost done if we're not doing the battle suits. And I'm going to wait to do the battle suits until after. Oh god, hold still. Until after I get some magnets. Magnets, how do they work? Tide goes in, tide goes out. You can't explain that. How many years has it been since Bill O'Reilly's been on the air? 5 or 6, right? How long has Tucker been on the air? Well, he had that same time slot. He took over the time slot, so however long that is. I don't know, I don't even have cable, let alone watch. Yeah, here we go. Anyway, that's a Bill O'Reilly meme. Along with, we'll do it live. That's where that comes from. Remember someone on April 1st, on there's a subreddit called Livestream Fails. Someone put up the Bill O'Reilly, we'll do it live, as if it were a live stream fail. Of course people ran with it. I love the internet sometimes. It's the best and worst, it's the worst thing to happen to humanity. Let's have it a little higher up. Yep. Trying to get all of them level with the ground. Now this is the one that sounds the most to me like a Skullgirls song. Sounds like it fits that aesthetic. I just use ModDB after Nexus went full Madhouse. It still works. Hey, never modded. Thought the magnets thing was an ICP. I don't. Oh, oh dear. So I think it was Bill O'Reilly was both magnets and Tide Goes In, Tide Goes Out, and we'll do it live. ICP. I don't know what ICP is though. Magnets are not real. It's a government plot to take our lithium. No. No. Oh no. It's not how that. No, that's definitely not how that works. What's the government plot to take all of your glue, you Potemkin main? Alright. Before I add on the helmets. Let's see, they all have these little decorative. All? No? I don't think so. I don't think that they all have the knife. 61. Some of them have pistol. Wait. Make sure before I do this. Yeah, a knife isn't mentioned in. I wouldn't think it would be mentioned in any of these. Let's see how many there are. So that's number 61. I see we're at high 60s here. Where are ye? Where are ye? Just itchy nose for some reason. Mustache, that's why. See, 60? Unless this is misnumbered as well. I'll keep looking. 62. 63. I know I can't put the pistol on. Oh dear, wait, no, that's not the pistol in their hand, that's the side pistol. Better not to then, just to be safe. I can always make it magnetic later. Yeah, I don't even see a 61 actually. Well, we did find one instance where it was misnumbered, so it could be what's happening here as well. I'll give it another look just to make absolutely sure. So, oh! Yeah, it is misnumbered. There is a 61. That's not what it is, though. What is it? It's one of the ears. Ears. Antennae. Okay. That's interesting. Number 60 is the knife. And where was 60? 60's right here. Yeah. Alright. Flo, we found another messed up number in here. Oops. Quality control. We're great like that. Insane Clown Posse. Okay. One of their songs, State Magnet. I think it might be the. You might have the cart before the horse. I think it's that they were making a reference to a meme that already existed. I think. Let me make absolutely positively sure. I've had my knees in that position for such a long time. Yeah. As you do. Alright. We'll look to see if I can find 60 on here. Make sure it's not just the case that... Ah! Yeah, they're backwards. No, it's not that they're backwards! Ah! There is no 60. 61 is just featured twice. Now you can't see this. I'm doing a great job here. Alright. It doesn't matter, but, here. Let me see if I can hold in place. You can see. Yeah, 61. I'm pointing to it in 2 places. Oops! Oops! Yeah. Good times. Good time. Yeah, so the knife is meant to be labeled 60, and it's labeled as 61 instead. Would not advise doing magnets on infantry, too much work. If you're worried about painting those small add-ons and don't want to do sun assemblies, just skip. Yeah, I think it doesn't say specifically here, but I think that the leader gets the little knife, and there's only one that's given here. Whichever one is the leader then gets the knife. I don't necessarily... I could just do it later. Paint and then add it on. I mean, there are other add-ons here, but there's only one knife for the whole thing. Yeah? Yeah, I'll just leave it off for right now, I guess. But if I remember correctly, I thought that the leader gets the knife, and Tau have I don't know if they still do, but I think they do, oh yeah, bonding knife ritual, that's what it's called. For the greater good, bonding knife ritual. If you roll a 6 when taking a morale test for this unit, the test is automatically passed. Now I don't even know if that's a thing anymore, but that's how it used to work. So you'd have to have one model in the unit that would have the knife representing the bonding knife ritual. There you go. The strike team is set up on the field. Any accompanying drones? Yeah, that doesn't matter anymore. You told me earlier. It used to say, when a strike team is set up on the battlefield, any accompanying drones are set up in unit coherency with it. Well, now you said that the drones are optional. They don't have to be on the field. That's just how it was back then. From that point onwards, the drone is treated as a separate unit. There we go. Savior protocols. If a drone unit is within 3 inches of a friendly Tau Empire infantry or battlesuit unit, you may choose to allocate any wounds to the drones instead of the target unit. Cool. Well and good. The drones will soak up the shots instead. That's the idea. Shield drones being especially good at that in exchange for not having their own firepower. That's the idea anyway. Ooh. Here we go. Alright. It just leaves the heads, doesn't it? Any unit can be the leader. That's up to you. Not a rule anymore, just decorative. Really? Okay. Ah. Leader gets the bonding knife. Strictly a ceremonial thing. Knife is never... Okay. That works. Hey, works by me. Farsight and Shadow Sun even have them. Okay. Okay. If I'm actually going to paint it, I know if it's purely ceremonial, it doesn't matter. If I'm going to paint the unit, when? Knowing me, it's not if, it's when. Yeah, I guess we could just leave it off for right now. Makes it easier to paint underneath it. And the one that gets it is probably going to be... I mean, there's only one model that has this set of legs, and they look like they're moving the most. Probably you, I would think. It's also not a great place to set it, from what I can see. We would have it set on... I could live with that. Okay. Yeah, let's wait on that then. And lastly, we'll do the heads. Set these in here. Let me just keep twirling the knife around, waiting for... You all can place your bets on how long it'll take before I stab myself. Alright, none of those things exist anymore. Shield drones just add... What? What? No! Oh. Okay. Just add 1 wound to whatever they're attached to. Okay. Yeah. Well. Whale. There we go. Come on, baby. I like that rolling base there too. Except when it stops. As soon as I mention it, it stops for a beat. Alright. There we go. Thought we were running low for a sec. A drop came out and then nothing else. Alright. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold still. That doesn't look very stable. But it's not moving. Nope, it's tilting. I don't know how well you can see my eye. You can't see my eye. Holding, I have one eye open. Like I'm lining up on a site. Lining up with this. You know what I mean. I like it. Simplify. Oh, they really dumbed it down this edition. I mentioned earlier, I play fighting games. And I play through... I don't have Street Fighter 6 yet, but I've played every other generation of Street Fighter since 2. So not 1, not the super simplified arcade-only one, but starting in 2. So I've played from World Warrior through... What was the last version of Street Fighter 5? Like Ultra Championship was arcade and champion. The last version of Street Fighter 5. And Street Fighter 2 was one thing, and within, you know, there'd be different editions for Street Fighter 2, and there'd be more complex, more characters added, more mechanics added. You know, you didn't start out in Street Fighter having ultras, having supers. You just had special moves. And then it would get more and more and more, until they made Street Fighter 3, which is a more complex game. Frame links. You had the parry system, which is one of the best things in a fighting game ever, in my entirely biased opinion. I love the parry system in that game, even if I suck at it. It's just great that it exists. Well, in Street Fighter... and in 4, it wasn't necessarily... I mean, they took out the parry system, but they added the... Oh, crap. It's the... What do they call it? Jeez. I can't remember. I can see it, but I don't remember what it was called. This was before V-Skills and V-Triggers. That was 5. It wasn't called Ultra, was it? They added another mechanic to it, and famously, Street Fighter 4 had a lot of frame-perfect links, where players could be really expressive. You know, you could have someone who mostly took the safe option, less damage, but safe, and then you'd have players that would take the higher damage option, but would require them to do frame-perfect, what are called links, where you have to chain one attack into another, and you have to be correct down to a 60th of a second. I say all of that to say that when Street Fighter V came out, it dumbed a lot of it down. There were no links with fewer than 3 frames. There was a lot of lag. Even if you're playing offline, there was a lot of input lag, which made the game less reactive and more aggression-based. Because since there's so much lag, it's hard to react to what your opponent's doing. It wasn't great. I guess Warhammer might have gone the same way. Generally speaking, it's easier to add complexity to a franchise, to a series, than it is to take it away. Because the players that are used to the system the way that it is like being rewarded for the skills that they've already built up. You can add on to those skills. You take anything away, it's going to make those players feel like suckers to some extent. Sometimes they will just not lose because of luck necessarily. Street Fighter is not poker, but they'll be rewarded for it less often. Of course, I think poker is actually a good example. Poker is a game where, despite being luck, despite being literal gambling, you'll still often see the same players show up at the top, time and time again. At least if you watch World Series of Poker and all that. I should do these streams more often. If I pick up any other units, I will let you know. You will find out. Anyway, this has been fun chilling with you, but last need to depart. It's need to wake up early-ish. You and me both. It is, oh man, it's after 11:30. Ah, CJ, you are a smarter man than I. I let the time get away from me. I didn't realize I was spending as long working on these as I am. They're small, but it feels like if you want to do them correctly, if you want to do them perfectly, you do have to take your time a little bit. That's not true. If you're more used to them, I'm sure it's a lot faster, but I'm not. Oh, see, there we go. Already. A little faster. Alright. Do this first. Make absolutely sure to get these right. These are the ones that I like the most. They have the same stance as that first one that I ever made that I showed you. Uh-oh. I just noticed something I'm never ever going to be able to unsee. So on a Touhou breacher helmet, on the left side is one giant circle, and on the right side are 2 smaller dots, which could presumably be other sensors or other cameras. Well, presumably, if you're mostly looking out of the one that's on your left, okay, well and good, but that's on the opposite side of your gun. The Touhou are these units are right-handed. You know, if I have a gun, closing my left eye and looking down the sight with my right eye if I'm shooting with my right hand. Oops. I'm never going to be able to unsee that. Teeny tiny little details that actually don't matter, but they matter to me. I'm glad you dried on already. Like, 1 to 2 devilfish. I wonder how much those cost. I'll have to look at it. Like I said, I might not be getting any units for a while, but I will at least look up how much they cost. I will at least look it up. I'm going to make do with what I have for a while. Oh. Got a cocky little tilt. I like it. I like it, bud. Just cool like that. Since the first of the 10,000. Ha. Ha. If ever there's one where I'm going to not have them face the same direction as the gun, it would be these. In this case, I actually like it to be a little bit... No. It still looks better this way, I think. Hold still, bud. God, that is so cool. If you look at it directly facing the helmet, the gun almost seems like the antenna is part of it. It seems like the antenna is connected to the back of it. That's unintentional, but God, that looks so cool. You'd never see it in an actual game because you're always looking above it. Man, I dig it. Let me set you back in your place. $50? Something something AI and optics. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Insert technology here. So here's a fun little bit of Warhammer lore for you. So a lot of technology has been unlearned in the past 10,000 years. So back when the Emperor was still kicking, 10,000 years ago, so in 30k, the Emperor was trying to come up with something called the web way, or it used the web way. It was a way to warp around the galaxy that did not involve using the warp, which is a big deal because when you use the warp, you expose yourself to what's in the warp. Unfortunately, you leave yourself open. It was supposed to be a means of faster-than-light travel that did not involve leaving humanity vulnerable to the ravages of the warp. We are so far away from that that people don't even know how to recreate the gene seed anymore. Yeah, we're so far away from that that pretty much the Adeptus Mechanicus, the ones on Mars that have their own religion that worship the Omnissiah, yeah, they get to hoard all the technology like they're the Brotherhood of Steel from Fallout 1 specifically. Yeah. It's a story of decay, alright. I guess that's it for now. I know I've said this a couple times, but just to reiterate, we will put the battle suits together, but before I do that, and I guess I could do the drones now, that wouldn't take too long, but before I actually put the battle suits together, I would like to get the pieces to make them magnetic so that I can swap them around. Look up a tutorial or 12 on that. I'm sure that it wouldn't be in Games Workshop's interest to promote, hey, use magnets, because that way you have to buy more units. After all, if you buy more units, you can outfit them differently. You can glue them together and outfit them differently. So I would imagine they wouldn't want you necessarily to have that level of customization financially. Get my tinfoil hat on really quickly. I don't know. Whale. Oh, there's a fun little story before I wrap it up really quickly. And I'll show them off to the camera here in just a moment. But right before all this went down with Games Workshop with the Custodes, my game store had a box of Custodes. it was purchased before all of this happened, so it's not like someone did it in response. They just did it. And I kept going back and looking to see if I might want to pick them up. Just debating back and forth. I obviously never did because someone else bought it. Turns out they got nerfed, so I guess it ended up being a good thing. I don't know how hard, but I've heard people say they got nerfed pretty hard. Yeah, well, close enough. Something like this. Buddies, I don't need you to fall. That one dude hanging on for dear life. Alright. Trembling in its boots. That non-existent boot. Yeah, they don't look like they're wearing boots. I'm sure they're wearing something. If nothing else, like a skin layer of film. Something. They wouldn't go out barefooted. Surely. They got nerfed to hell. Yeah. Oh! Here's a fun little bit of trivia for you. The Custodes are Henry Cavill's favorite army. Guy can't catch a break. Oh dear. Alright. I know he was on The Witcher. He was Superman for a while. I never figured out what happened to that. I haven't watched superhero movies in ages though, so... What else has he done? 40K, of course. The Amazon show. What else? He's done other stuff. Saw a video and I'll send it to you of a cool towel conversion. Heck yeah. Okay. Heck yeah, dude. Alright. That's cool. That sounds good by me. I guess I could put the missile... Well, you said we don't have to... Is there any reason not to do the missiles, though? Put the missile pods together? Might as well, right? Might as well throw it together. DS8 Tactical Support Turret. And then the drones as well. Yeah, I could do that really quickly. You know what? Sure. Extend this a little bit further. Why not? Why not? I'm going to need an actual place to put all of you and not just a shoebox. Someone is going to kill me. One of you viewers is going to kill me for that. No. One of the folks at the game store who brings the suitcase is going to kill me for bringing a shoebox. Oh dear. It's not even a suitcase. It looks like what you would transport gold to and from Fort Knox in. Inside of the truck. Oh goodness. Yay. There we go. Close enough. Okay. And these we can, yeah, we can glue it on as well. I think it's on here. If I had to guess. 79... It's 78 through 86. 78. 78, there we go. Ah, there you are. Perfect. Yeah, we might as well make one more while we're at it. We could also make the drones, but you told me the drones don't have to be put out anymore. To be honest, I might still do it at some point, but maybe not tonight because, you know, work. Work. Alas. Alas. Nice. Nailed it. Call it. It's the No Country for Old Men. Alright, and then 79? Wait a minute. What is this? 82 and 85. Let's make the missile bit first. Missile system first. Let's skip over to... As if the points matter anymore, they don't. Welcome to the wrong edition, where the rules are made up and the points don't matter. Let's see. Yeah, it's just the smart missile system, right? Fired at units that are not visible to the bearer. In addition, units attacked by this weapon do not gain any bonus to their saving throws for being in cover. Woo! Yeah, why not just use the big one then? I mean, that's even what's on the box, right? Yeah, just use the big one. The big boy. Touhou, go to bed. Thanks for the stream. If you have any questions about Tau, magnetizing penny, hit me up in the Discord. I definitely will. Magnetizing in particular. You said that you did put some resources in there, I think. I will look at them when I get done. I shouldn't. I should wait till the morning. But I will. Sent. Missy. Missy Mimi. Alright. Where are we at? 85 and 82. 85. I know I need this anyway, so I'll clip this while I'm here. There's 85. Hey! Vsauce, Michael here. Jeez. I had a friend in high school who, she had a kid in high school, and she named her son Michael. Not Michael. Michael. I think what happened, just my personal theory, is that she misspelled it and didn't want to admit it, didn't want to own up to it, so it became Michael. Sure, why not? Poor thing. Go away. There's 86, which is not coming off. There's 82 and 83. There's 83. Hey, there they are. Birds of a feather. Something like that. Alright. You being a time zone behind does help out in this case for sure, my friend. Someone else to hang out for just another moment. Probably, I don't think I'll put the drones themselves together. I think. For right now, probably not. Let's see how these fit. Aha! Okay. That's how they fit. That's how they fit. Find you some videos magnetized. You should make a 40k section. You know, probably. You know what? Let's do that. I'll make it probably called War Games or Wargaming, because I'm probably going to extend past it. But yes, I like that idea. Will do, my friend. It'll be a place where they can go that isn't off topic. That is a good idea. Also, do you have a favorite magic card? There's a naming convention in the server for people to have a nickname, T1, whatever their favorite magic card is. Or preferably their favorite turn 1 play, but no, realistically, just whatever your favorite magic card is. If you do, that can be your nickname in the server. That'd be cool. I know what you meant. Don't worry, Flo. I know what you meant. Let's see. Magnetizing for your tank. Sucker was $80, so I'm getting every option I can. I don't blame you. Wait, you're for Death Guard, right? I don't know what a Death Guard tank is like. Let's see. There we go. There's that one. Do it this way. This is always a good idea. Alright. This is good. Alright, there we go. Alright. So you're together, and you fit right on in here. There we go. Yep. Make sure it's right before I actually stick it in there. Ha. Ha. Me am quite mature. Me am mature, hear me roar. Yeah, okay, easy enough. 79, I didn't cut out 79 yet. Let's close it up then. Before we do, 79, 80, 81, and that's it, that's all that's left. 79, 80, 81, oh. I thought that I could see through it, there was a crack. The others were on here. Okay, so there you are. There's 80. 81 will, yeah, there it is. That one I can find by sight rather than looking for the number. Sure, I could do well more than that, but no, again, better safe than sorry. Alright. Click. There we go. Almost there. One more. Nope, two more. There was enough pressure that actually let off a bit because I thought I was about to cut my finger. Turns out my finger was actually away from it, but the plastic pushing on my finger made me think the blade was right at it. That would have been less than ideal. Just very slightly less than ideal. Oh, what? Guess we'll go back and forth and back and forth. Ah. Oh, no, it's not on here. Okay. Yeah, most of that's already gone. I can check one of the other pieces. I'm assuming that it's somewhere on here, though. 79. And I found 97. Should be by itself, I would think. Yeah, let's look at one of the others. Finally dip into one of these. Nope, nope, nope. That's for something else. Slightly different. 99, 3900. Holy heck, that's a bunch of numbers all. Oh, no. Okay. Never mind. Games Workshop 2014. 2014. I did not get these in 2014, although maybe that's why one of these was on clearance. Yeah. Okay. 79. I see high numbers in here. 60s and 80s, but I don't see that piece. So, not there then. Here's the ethereal. Alright, through here one more time. 69. Nice. Very nice. So many 69s, jeez. It's a good problem to have. A wise man once said, that's a good problem to have. I am apparently blind. Or, once again they have the wrong number. But even then, I don't see what it would be. A piece that looks similar to that. Oh boy. It's a piece that looks similar to the broadside's particle accelerator. It's a circular disc with a bunch of Death Star ridges in it. I don't... There you are. Yet when you look at it from this side, it's just a circle with a hole in it and a ring. Look at it from the other side. Ah, that's clear. There we go. Everything is obvious once you know the answer, isn't it? Send a picture of a death guard. I have to think of... Okay. Fair enough. Hey, I don't know if you caught... You may have been away when I asked you earlier. So, you have Death Guard Knight. You don't actually have any orcs, right? It's just that we've talked about orcs? Is that why I was getting confused? Or do you actually have orcs but your main army is Death Guard? Which, like how I have orcs but my main army is Tau. Because I was wondering why I kept thinking of orcs when I was thinking of you. I was wondering if that might have been it. Brother has orcs. Okay. Okay, fair enough. I gotcha. I gotcha. Uh-oh. Okay, good. Uh-oh into okay, good. That is a true combo. Oh no. A wise Knuckles once said, oh no. This song. This whole freaking album, I love it. This is the kind of music I can listen to pass a shift, or back in college if I wanted to study. I don't think that this no, this album has been out long enough. It was around when I was in college, I think. Yeah. Well, there we go. That's right. I'll say it might have been something different, but no, I think it was actually this album. Or I keep calling these albums, not just one. That might be it. Maybe not all of them were out at the time. Goodness. Helped him build his 125-point army, and I painted one for him. Nice! Okay, 125 points. Pizzazz. Does this... You set it in the middle and it just rotates? Ah, you don't glue it down. Okay. No, it's supposed to be lined up the same direction. There's a notch here that is exactly as wide as the missiles themselves. I was thinking it might be the case that you could rotate them around, and technically you can. It rubs against the missiles, but not enough to stop them. It's a little cute. Okay. I don't know when you'd ever need to do that. Just a neat little feature. Now this, however, I would like to keep secure. Previously I could have not glued it so that I could switch this out with one that only has the single missile row, but I don't think it matters now. Oh my. Dat saxophone. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of music from Sonic Adventure, too. Like the Rouge stages. She has jazz going. And Knuckles a little bit. What was the guy's name? 100 P? That guy. But those are rap. Maybe they'll have a saxophone in them, but those are rap. Whereas all of Rouge's, except for Lagoon maybe, has sort of a jazzy, and even that one did have a jazzy feel to it as well. Admittedly, it's the one that sounded the most like elevator music. Sorry, Rouge fans. All 12 of you. Yeah, that's that. Alright. Rouge fans. No, there's probably more than that, but How many that aren't into Rouge for different reasons? That's why you're supposed to glue it down. Alright. That's a single box of Orcs and a box of Runethird and Gretchen. I will check it out when I get done. I'm sorry, give me just a moment. We're almost done. Assuming we're not doing the drones, we're almost done. And I'm not saying I'm not going to do the drones, but if I do, that's going to be a different stream. You know. I have work in the morning. Alright, here we go. Let it dry first, and then I'll decide whether I want to glue this one down. Maybe. It would be cool for it to just rotate. Roger, roger. Not very secure though. And of course, you could always just rotate the model instead of rotating the top. Maybe, probably, definitely. For right now, I'll leave it as it is. If I glue it, it'll be hard to take back. Yay. Alright, well there is that. And now, before I go, holy heck, I have a lot of notifications. I got tagged 1 billion times? Oh, yes I did. In fact, 7 in one server. Holy moly, dude. Oh, goodness. Whale? Never mind. I think someone got spammed. That's a server that just got spammed, is all. That's a bummer. Alright, well, it gives me a chance to take a look at what you sent me. Chaos Tau? What? Hold on. Oh, that's the color scheme for them, right? What is that? Okay, that's pretty cool. The Death Guard tank, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I can dig it. Jeez. Alright. Absolutely no mercy in that whatsoever. Alright. And that's everything for here except for the drones. I guess we could do the drones too, but not tonight. Not tonight. We'll get to that later. Chaos Tau is a full-blown conversion. That may be a bit more than I do right now, maybe, especially since I said I might not be picking up any units for at least a while, certainly not now. It's not just paint scheme, it's also adding icons and spikes and gore. Wait till Tau get their own version of chaos. I don't remember how Tau interact with the Eye of Terror, or with the warp period, other than haha, still human warp technology, and oh, is that a, what is that? And it's like a demon. I think that's the Tau's extent, that's the extent of their interaction with the warp, or with chaos. In other words, not much at all. Yeah, no. I think. Something like that. That is pretty sick, though. Alright. A greater good, but also came from bovines, aka cows. What on earth does that even mean? Came from cows. Do they have like their own lore such that their evolutionary line is that they came from basically space cows? Like how we came from, well, we are primates still. Technically you are what your ancestors were. That's our good friend the law of monophyly, but you know what I mean. Came from basal primates, let's say. Let's go with that. Yeah, what I mean by you are what your ancestors were is, like, for example, I'm a human, I'm also an ape, I'm also a primate, I'm also a mammal, I'm also an animal. I skipped 1 trillion steps in between there, but you get the idea. I'm a vertebrate, order Chordata, all that jazz. You never escape your ancestry. Or to put it in simpler terms, Evangeline is my kid. There's nothing she can ever do to not be my kid anymore. That's just how that'll be. And that means that she is also, because she's my kid and I'm my dad's kid, she will also be, you know, his descendant as well. She'll also be my great-granddad's descendant. And so you never can escape that ancestry. Which means that, effectively, you are whatever your ancestors were. Yeah, good times. Good times. Evolutionary biology with T1GlistenerElf. Goodness. Alright. Set everything away for right now. Away! Away! God, it is getting so cluttered in there. I can fit the breach team, I think. I cannot fit more battle suits as well, though. I'm gonna have to do something to make some more room. Something's got to give. What's wrong? They're closer to tapirs. Okay. I can see. Now that's kind of cool, actually. That's pretty cool. I always keep all my building stuff in one of these boxes, one of these cases. I think it makes sense for me to put them in the most recent one now. Alright. There we are. Alright, so one more time. Last time for the stream. Here's the broadside. Let me show off your better side. Maybe. Yeah, let's do it this way. Instead of being on my arm. Unfortunately, that means I'll be covering part of it. Try to cover as little as I can. There you go. There we go. Pretty cool, I'd like to think. Pretty neat. With a Death Star gun going on. Alright. Showing its broadside. Yeah. Ha. 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 Hardy har har. Oh. Hey there, buddy. Oh. So it's basically summer here. Oh, it flew away. Unfortunately, whenever the door gets opened, some bugs can get in. Mosquitoes, unfortunately, do. They do in fact get in. We have some citronelle out to get rid of them. But there's a teeny tiny little gnat. Cute little thing. Flew up on me. I say cute. Don't look at it up close. It's actually terrifying. But when it's just tiny like that, I don't want to swat it if I can help it. If I can catch it later, I'll try to take it outside. That's just what I tend to do. It's what I don't know. Alright. That's all for now, folks. I appreciate your hanging out with me. Knight, I think you're the only one left, or at least you're the only one active in chat. So, I hope you have a good rest of your evening. I am going to get some dinner, and then try to hit the sack because I'm gonna have a busy day at work tomorrow, and I suspect you will too, right? I don't remember what days you work, but I would imagine you probably work Monday. If I had to guess. Joy of all joys. Alright. Whale. Oh, thank you for the hearts too. I appreciate that. I understand YouTube supposedly cares about it, so it cares about people emoting. Alright. There we go. Take care, folks. I will catch you. And now you spam them. I appreciate it. For the glue, if you have any on your hands, use some acetone. Not a lot, but a little to break the adhesive down. You're right. That's what I was told earlier. And if I'm going to take those off in order to make them magnetic, in order to make them customizable, yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to have to do. You are right. I'm looking forward to it. Alright. Take care. If I don't actually call it, I'm going to be here winding it down for the next forever. Don't use acetone on the minis? Oh! For the glue. Oh, you mean on the hands, right? I thought you were talking about using it to... Flo and I were having a conversation earlier. We'll melt them. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, I'm glad you said that then. Oh my, I'm glad that you said that. We were having a conversation earlier about making the battlesuits magnetic, and some of them already have weapons on them. So I was thinking of how I'm going to take them off. If I'm going to take them off. It's for your flesh hooks, yeah. It's not actually that bad, thankfully. There's a good bit here. Yeah, basically it's on this part of both thumbs. The joy of using both hands means that both hands are going to get it. Yeah. But there you go. Alright. I'm glad you mentioned that. Thank you. Me am to big smort over here. No. Alright. Take care. I'll catch you all next time. See you, hopefully this evening. Hopefully, maybe. Well, I guess for you it's still tomorrow. No promises. Practically melts the pieces together. Yes. Catch you next time. Bye-bye. 100.